Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into tonight's episode, let's introduce our players, starting with Button.
Me? Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I'm not used to going first. I play Echinacea Belrose, the little wizard who could, in this game. And I play a mystery character in another game that's upcoming soonish on this channel. When I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, whose simple as this. What do I play in? I play Cressida in Unearthed Inheritance. I play Sugar Pea in Outlaws of Alkenstar. And I play Amanita, the little mushroom who also could, in New World Rebellion.
Thank you. Yeah. Our introduction order changed. Angie.
You gotta zig when you think they're gonna zag. Anyways, hi everyone. My name is Angie. They, them pronouns. I play Zio Marino. He, they pronouns. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You can find me here. And other places soon. I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Angie. Lou.
I did not predict that Angie's intro would go so fast.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Guys, this is Lou.
I can ad lib.
Go ahead, Angie.
You can vamp.
I can vamp. I can vamp a little bit.
Ramping.
You can also check out God Killer Sinner Sacrifice over on YouTube. It's our 7-part God Killer game that myself and my wonderful best friend Cyrus did together. And it was produced by Alec. And it's very dear and near to our heart. And yeah. That's hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my
Thank you, Angie.
gal.
And last but not least, Lou.
Hello, thank you, Angie. I'm Lou. I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns, and you can find me at Luzilia_art on most social media.
You can do that, and I implore you to. Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm your Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh. And when I'm not here, you can find me, and I do other stuff here. I produce, I run other games, and we got some exciting things coming in quarter 2 of 2025. When I'm not here, you can also find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions. I play in Fenris in Heroes of Hysteria Unearthed Inheritance. I also play as Nrim in Heroes of Hysteria New World Rebellion. And guys, as you saw last week, Whistle and David made their departure from the table. Please go over to Stealthy Elf Productions and show them all the love as he is running all of the Pathfinder 2e campaigns over there. The man is a crazy person, but he does great work over there, so go check him out. That's four games and playing in one. It's wild. We are going to do a quick and dirty recap here. Yeah, every other week. It's wild. So we picked up last time with the party, diving into the material plane yet again, landing on Bildeguatu, a area near Mother's Heart that is blighted by the Shadowfell rift that lives within the volcano that is so revered by this island. And I gotta stop looking at captions when I try to because I'm always I want to respond to things that are said. I have the attention span of a gnat. And they dive in as the party is met by Iolus Marino, Zio's father, and the Coral Guard of the Scorched Isle, fending off against salamanders of both flame and ice, as well as some interesting elementals. The group dives into combat, and it's going fairly well until Echinacea goes unconscious, and then Whistle, induced by memories of his time as an Iron Legionnaire, turns heel, falling into these flashbacks and starts attacking the Coral Guard, and inevitably begins to attack Iolus, a man with which Whistle has very complicated history. As this combat gets more and more dire, the party begins to step in, Zio flying in between Iolus and Whistle, and after a heated exchange between these two men with bitter pasts, Iolus offers to take Whistle into custody in order to take him to the Council of Elders of the Scorched Isle. Whistle inevitably agreeing to go with him, much to the dismay and sadness of our party. As this encounter ends, the party is now standing in Bildegwatu, waiting for Olive, Iolis's wavebreaker turtle, to escort them to the small island of Takul, the home of Zio Marino. But first...
Important to note, important for the recap. One of us is feeling really good right now.
Oh, yes, and our session ended with Dolores, upon Whistle's departure, getting her transformation class into that of a battle dancer, the sound of chains finally fading from her ears. But, thank you, Button, inspiration point. But we pick up in a heavy atmosphere as the party watches Iolis and Whistle walk off. You're there with Uldiel and Reeves as you wait for this creature's arrival. The scene is yours.
So that's it? He's just gone?
He's not gone. He's just not with us anymore.
How long has he been traveling with you all again?
3 months? 2 months?
And what was the intention? That he would just surrender, or?
No.
I thought we were fighting those things that would... The Alliborn that had been corrupted, right? Now we're here.
You know, Dolores,
Yeah.
I thought the same.
Above table, I feel like this is the scene where the camera is like slow panning around the crew, just standing, and it's zooming out and out. You're like taking in like the scenery, and it's just like everyone's just kind of, what the fuck? That's what's in my brain so strong right now.
Absolutely. No, that's really good.
Spinning.
Just for clarity, and I guess you weren't really... I know you just met us and you just joined us, Dolores. Thank you for fighting with us. My father and Whistle, as you saw, have had a pretty bloody history. And when we first met Whistle, he seemed pretty amenable to changes. My father warned me about him regardless. No, I don't know what to think. Sorry. I'm gonna go and see if I see Olive. I'll call you all when I see her. And I think Zio's just gonna walk away. I think there's a moment of needing the space.
Absolutely. You walk over to the edge. It's that bit of a cliffside, and you're looking off, and for context, Bildegwatu, the specific space you're at, is only a few hours ride away from to cool. So you guys will probably get there in the later afternoon, because this fight happened pretty early the next morning. Well, 2 mornings after you guys had escaped from Wolkes. Given the time spent within the elemental plane of air, 2 days have passed. So you'll get to, depending on when Olive gets here, it'll take a few hours to get to cool. But just give me a perception check, Zio, as you kind of look outward, and I'll keep that in mind as we track where Olive is.
Yeah, and I want to also give space to
Absolutely, yeah.
To Echinacea and Dolores who have any conversations necessary.
No, I appreciate that.
This time.
We love this group. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm kissing all your foreheads.
It's a 4 on the die, but I do have a plus 12. So
okay, so 16. That's plus 12 on it. That's insanely good. Okay, you wiping the tears from your eyes after, creating some space. You keep your eyes on the horizon, waiting for an old and familiar face. I will let you know when she arrives. Echinacea, Dolores. Echinacea, you've been quiet. What's on your mind as Zio describes the bloody history, the original intentions of Whistle being here? Yeah, what's going through your mind?
Echinacea is realizing that their understanding of responsibility is completely at odds with Whistle's. They see looming, impending threats on the horizon to the world at large. As they look up at Mother's Heart, they think about the Shadowfell rift within, the looming threat of Vaymir attempting to destroy this world. As Dolores mentions the Alloyborn, Echinacea thinks of the looming... the threat of the Blade Brother and the society structured around the Alloyborn to keep them in bondage. And it's not that self-improvement isn't important, but they just can't help but feel that there was a dereliction of duty in this moment. And so they sort of heft up their own shield, a shield that they have proficiency with because of their training in Ioth Lore. When Whistle became the leader of a ducal guard that now has no commander. And I think seeing these empty spaces that Whistle once filled, Echinacea, they decide that they have to fill them. So they look up to Dolores with this newfound responsibility and weight, invisible on their shoulders. Dolores, it's clear that we need a different tack, but I am still determined to help the Alloyborn. And I know that you need to get home. I will communicate with Casimir and see how best we can achieve that. I think we should also reach out to the people you know and care about in Olkest to make sure that upon a return that you are safe. There's much work to be done.
Thank you, Doctor. I feel lost, but if there's anything that I can do, please let me know.
I feel lost too, and I'm sorry. It's like we dragged you off the path and into the woods.
I was quickly realizing that maybe Ukes wasn't the place that I needed to be anymore, though. So, whether I wanted it or not. So, this is a way to find out.
Echinacea cocks their head at Dolores. Sort of, not ogling, but just takes her in for a moment. This is going to sound strange, but you look the way your music sounds.
I hope that's all right. I feel like I'm pretty decent tune.
You are. You look awake. And it's not that you didn't look awake, but I don't know, there's just something.
Something's lifted. Maybe being out of the city is just free me, or here, where the elemental energy's more free. I feel that way too. Is there a volcano, like, with the mountain in the distant horizon?
Yeah. You guys, where you're at, you can see the ascent to Mother's Heart, but it is unfortunately, the way to get there is a bit dark. The once lush rainforest that surrounded Mother's Heart probably about 60 years ago is now... What?
Nothing.
Is now this dark and decrepit forest of influenced by the Shadowfell Rift within the volcano. But you follow through Gildebuatu, you see these stone reliefs that almost look like a combination between headstones and statues. They're kind of scattered across the rainforest as you look up, and you can see the grand scale and vastness of Mother's Heart. It is, I mean, Echinacea and Zeo, it's much larger than the largest peak you saw in the Wavern Peaks when you were in Isle of Halor. It's vast. Almost the entirety of this island, this massive land that you were on, is dedicated to housing Mother's Hearth. Any sort of settlement is on the outskirts of the volcano, on the side opposite where the rift is beginning to seep, or has seeped into the land over these decades. Get out of here, bot, you fuck!
Yeah, get out of here. Cheap viewers on blah blah blah.
I want... Okay, get out of here. Anyway, but yes, you absolutely see a volcano here.
I think as Dolores is speaking, that's where her gaze rests.
As far as we understand, there is a rift within that volcano. One that leads to the Shadowfell, but we have to test the theory, but it may be the case that as those rifts are closed, we might discover a means for treating your wild magic surges.
She stares back with a different look now that she knows that there's a rift, shadow falling over her face, and nods. Doesn't seem excited, but just... I suppose everything is complicated. So are we riding an olive?
What an excellent question. Yes. Not, well, I was about to say not edible, but I mean animals are. So,
Adolf is like,
large,
they are edible.
A large turtle, as I understand it. I've never... Dolores, I know that you're afraid of water, and I have to confess that the first time I brought someone to life...
Who told you that?
First time... You know, you're right. I'm wrong. That...
Who told you that?
How could I come to that conclusion?
I'm kidding. The scream that I heard when we...
You're right, you know, that was me.
Are you alright, Doctor? That was quite scary.
Yes, well, I was just about to confess my own fear to large bodies of water, so
Oh, I see.
we're not on the same page because it's just me.
Right.
Yes.
I'm glad I could be there for you.
Thank you so much.
You guys, you guys see as Reeves is kind of foraging for berries right now, just kind of picking stuff that's like fully ripe and putting some things in. What are you guys' passive perceptions?
Oh no. 14.
14.
I miss Lazuli.
I miss Lazuli.
Oh.
With between all of you are able. The DC is 12. You can see him picking up a particularly large mushroom that he kind of chuckles to himself about. He kind of puts it in a bag. You can see he's just kind of he's grabbing some some rations. Uldiel is sitting on a stone, kind of cleaning Windwraith, looking at the weapon with a lot of sadness, but respect. This is not a weapon she's wielded in a hot minute, and she sees it as a high order to live up to the expectations that Whistle has set. She doesn't know if she's quite up to task, but she's going to try anyway. But she, kind of just making sure she's all good to go for the trek back. And Zio, you hear it shoots you back to your youth as you just hear a like a wave crashing down as a large turtle turns around the corner, and you see Olive. She is approximately 2,000 pounds, quite large. Her shell is pushed backwards, and there's this little alcove kind of naturally embedded in the back where people can sit, where you can see your father's saddle on her. And so you look and you see her approach, and it's clear that she sees you as she dives under the water, and she's a big animal. A very large turtle, but she surfaces upward. She does not breach the water, but she gets up to her midsection, and like her arms are kind of flailing as she falls onto her back into the water again, as she floats back up and curls around to an access point for you.
Yeah, as she is approaching, Zio, who is still has been focusing on the horizon, waiting. And kind of focusing on this task of I need to look out for Olive for the sake of just keeping busy. They see her approach, and in a way that they remember their father doing, they're going to put both of their fingers up to their mouth and whistle out for her.
Absolutely. Give me an animal handling check.
Yeah, let's see. 15.
15. She easily heeds the order and swims around to an access point for all of you. But yes, Olive has arrived.
Yeah, and you all hear that same whistle, and then you'll see Zio from a distance scurrying down some of the rocks, sat down a path to go meet her.
At the whistle, I think Echinacea looked up expectantly and then realized it wasn't Whistle.
Woof!
Yeah. Is Olive considered an animal, or is she considered?
She's like a beast of burden.
She's a beast of burden.
So
Okay, got it.
she's like a beast, like the same way that you'd look at like a soldier's prized warhorse.
Yeah.
Like
yeah. Zia's going to cast Speak with Animals.
Oh, okay. Yes, that absolutely works here.
So Zio's running like over to the shore, I love how like this is basically just Lapras.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, essentially a big Lapras.
It's Lapras. And like Zio gets over to her and essentially like gets close enough to like crash right into like where her head is and give her a big hug. Essentially just like almost like hugging around like the thick neck of her head. Doing like scritches under like the rough wet and just and then in that moment as he's doing that, that's when they cast the spell. Oh, it's been so long. And look, I've got a new trick. I can speak with you.
Hello, little hatchling. It's so good to see you. Oh,
Good to hear you.
And like above Echinacea and Dolores, you're just hearing like it's like a big wind. Oh, bye, Lou.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh no, Lou.
You're good. You're all good. But you you hear this turtle just like kind of wailing out, not in any pain, but just like just excitement, just reveling and reuniting with someone they have not seen in a long while. But you just hear Olive just very excited to take you home. Very excited to take you home.
Oh, how's it been?
Good. She doesn't have an extensive vocabulary, so she's just like,
of course.
Good.
Good. That the fighting that my father's been doing, has that been constant over the last few weeks? Or is this new?
New.
No. Okay. Good.
Seaweed?
I don't have any, Olive. I'm sorry. If we
kinda
go back home,
She squints. She's like,
I just got here.
She like
But
takes some algae off of the rock underneath her and just.
yeah, Zio will pick it up. Like as like the group approaches, you all basically see Zio like crouched by the edge of like some of the rocks and like digging their hand against and just like scraping at like the green algae to like essentially make like a mud pie or like an algae pie to just like feed to. And it's like, I know this isn't your favorite, but
She doesn't care. She's lapping it up. She couldn't be happier.
Oh, you're so
What?
sticky.
Dad did ask for you to take us back home. So
She nods.
we headed back home and we can get you some seaweed when we get there.
It's kind of like, okay.
Don't roll your eyes at me.
She rolls them. Aedwolf is like, that's a big fucking turtle.
It's a big turtle.
I've never even seen a little turtle, to my knowledge. That is big. I didn't know they had beaks.
No, it looks like a bird.
Whoa.
Oh, it's kind of.
Are you scared? Are you scared?
No, a little. No,
scared with
kind
me.
of. You feel, especially the arm holding the shield, you feel Aedwolf sort of wrap around yours, like almost holding the hand from the back and just being present. And we'll be scared together, but we'll jump on and be out of the water sooner than later.
Zio, how does one do this?
Oh, and then they turn around seeing that everyone has approached. Like, oh, hey, everyone, this is Olive, my father's wavebreaker turtle. Olive, this is Dr. Echinacea Belrose. This is Dolores Evanara. We have Commander Reeves here and Othiel of the Feywild.
She's a turtle. She
Yeah,
looks and
this
just
is cool.
sick. But you see as everybody arrives, she kind of sidles up and like kind of plants her side directly to the rocks that Zio descended so that you guys can get right onto her shell. It's just a perfect natural formation where you can grab like a ridge of her shell and just climb on and then settle into like the seated section of the saddle.
Mhm.
Can I make an animal handling check or like a history check or something to see if I remember like how wavebreaker turtles like to be touched, like how to mount them specifically?
Yeah. You can give me history or animal handling check.
La 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 la. We'll do history. 1-1. Okay, that's a dirty 20.
20 or 20 that you don't want to take home to mama. They love getting scritched under their big old jowls. Love that shit. Anywhere that gets within like the crease of their shell is like, you know, when you pet a dog in a spot that they really need and they're like, oh, like they just let out the side. You get a lot of those.
Lean into it.
But yeah, they don't mind being like touched or like grabbed anywhere on the shell. There's not a lot of sensation there for them. It's a lot of like carapace or bone, so they don't feel it. You can kind of grab that however is most comfortable for you. They do not like their back legs getting touched, particularly Olive. She hates that. And yeah, usually above the midsection is free range for like scritches or grabbing.
Dolores will not fully to where they're so sharp, but transform her Divanthier arm to her claw. But they're dull.
Yeah.
For like and then she'll go and scritch underneath the neck, really get in there, and then do a little like leap and a grab. Just like clearly like there's almost this muscle memory of riding wavebreaker turtles in the past.
Yep, there's a bit of familiarity there for sure.
Like it's kind of like riding a bike, but instead of it's wavebreaker turtles. And I could do a different athletics check or
no,
acrobatics
that's fine.
check.
This isn't.
Okay.
You guys. I mean, if there was a DC for this, it'd be 5. You know what I mean? So like, you guys are just. You guys are fine.
Has Dolores revealed to the group that they grew up in the Scorched Isle?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. Have I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
You told us about the ship over, coming from the Scorched Isle.
Told
us about the ship,
Echinacea.
but not about growing up. I think there
Mm.
was a conversation about being in the ship and that happening close to the Scorched Isles, but never about growing up
Then no.
in the Scorched Isles.
Yeah, I don't
Then
think
no.
she would have. She doesn't.
Unless we have notes, different notes button, because I know our lore master button.
Yeah.
But I think Zio might not know, even if this conversation has been had. And they're gonna give you a look like, you know how to handle wavebreaker turtles.
Yeah, well, sure. Grew up here.
I didn't know that.
Well, that
You
got
didn't tell
answered
me
fast.
Did I have to? You didn't ask. Where informed.
Fair. Well, yeah, I didn't ask, but I mean, I don't know. I know I appear very like from the Isles, and you don't. So you felt more like you were from Olkes.
Yeah, it's been a while. Last time I think I was here was around 18, maybe 17.
How old are you now?
I'm 28, man. It's about 10 years.
Wow.
It's been a while.
Well,
Yeah,
what island?
specifically, that I was about to say, Abila, is that how I say it? Alec, most people.
Albila.
Yeah. Albilda.
Yeah.
Abilda. Okay, there we go. Alright,
Okay.
that's where.
And Zio, you would know that that's a huge. That's like the premier port town. In the Isle. That's where exports come in, or imports come in, exports leave. Yeah.
From main Tolesh.
Correct. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so That makes sense. You were on a
Mhm.
ship
Mm-hmm.
and things happened to you? Did you work for it?
I was traveling with my family.
Oh. And Zio doesn't push for that.
Mhm.
Just to kind of knowing that family can be a little bit of a sore subject right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Zio will then just sort of like kind of nod and then like turn over to the rest of the group and just be like, does anyone need help? And then like reaches out a hand over to Echinacea to help them.
Echinacea will take Zio's hand and look very meaningfully at Reeves, and then at Oma, or not Oma, at Oldiel, and then at Reeves, and then at Oldiel, and then at Reeves.
I'm gonna roll for Reeves here.
Reeves! God, please!
He looks at you, squints, smirks, and then puts an elbow out for Uldiel.
Thank you, Zio. Echinacea will float over.
Uldiel will just sort of very timidly and very daintily like put her hand through Reeves' arm as he gets her aboard Olive. And he'll, once he gets in, he kind of nudges you with his shoulder, Echinacea, as he sits next to you, just, you think you're real funny.
And I think you gotta do the work.
Oh, sometimes that's the case, but she's a tough one.
I assumed you liked them that way, Kristoff.
Well, you know me too well, my friend.
She's mysterious. She doesn't look at you in the eyes. That's called autism.
She's autistic. Okay.
Echinacea does maneuver things such that those two end up next to each other.
Yeah. And Zio will
Incredible.
sit between Echinacea and Dolores,
Okay.
leaning a little bit into Echinacea
Oh.
before... Actually, I can't. Zio cannot call... Zio unfortunately cannot call Lulu because they used all of their
all the sorcery points are gone.
So I feel like if anything, Echinacea, as we travel, you will notice like Zio's like essentially like hands just clasping and unclasping, and pulling at their sash that's around their waist and fiddling with it.
Do you want to talk about it?
I don't know. I feel like I need to stop creating these grand expectations in my head for things to go a certain way.
What was the grand expectation that someone who said he'd be there for you would be there for you?
Yeah, and that we'd arrive at home. My father and my mother would be there. There might be some tension, but a conversation. A meeting of the minds, of understanding, and even if he had to go meet with the Council of Elders, it wouldn't have happened because of he'd drawn his sword.
I would have liked to have lived in that world too. And I think I thought I did.
I trusted him. And I trust him now, but I can't help. I trust him. That's why I got between them. Because he said it. He was out to protect us. He never promised me that he would let go of that. I told him what it meant for him to be an Iron Legionnaire, for me to be of the Isles, and he said that his only promise was to protect us. So that's why I got in between them, because I trusted he wouldn't hurt me. And luckily he didn't. But if he'd had, what would the point have been all along?
I think it's very generous. Very generous to consider not being harmed protection. And I think you're allowed your generosity. I cannot say that I am feeling the same generosity. I trusted him too.
What do you mean?
I trusted he would walk the path to protect others. But the only steps I can control are mine. So I will walk that path. And I will be a little more cautious, for I trust that others are doing the same.
There's something else I want to talk about.
Please.
I wish it was something less concerning, but I think I might have made an irreversible choice.
An irreversible choice.
Not a
Okay.
bad one, but
Okay. Are you okay?
yeah, I just... The gate.
Okay, in the sky, to the elemental plane of air.
The scales. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you and scales. You and balance. Always had a thing.
I saw your look when I said that I gave it my blood. And it didn't dawn on me until I saw your look. That's what I'm worried about. I think I made an irreversible choice. And I don't know what that means right now.
Okay. What was the choice? Choice to do what?
I don't know. It just feels... It feels like purpose. I just don't have the words for it quite yet.
Just above table, I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Are you talking about the choice to give the gate your blood in order to activate it? Like, you don't know what's going to come of that decision?
Yes.
Got it. Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't feel like it's a bad choice. I feel drawn to it. I feel... I hate to beat a dead horse, but I feel balanced. around it.
Well, feeling balanced is good. I don't pretend to understand what you're feeling. And I don't know what... You don't know what exactly that choice was, but...
I guess I want to confide in you about it. I don't want to keep it in case it develops into something that I'm not sure is a good thing. It feels good, but too often I've held on to things. And this just happened, it's been less than an hour. I mean, time is wacky, in the other plane, but I don't want to keep it to myself. I want to make sure that I tell you. And he looks around the group now and realizes that it dawns on them that it's just Echinacea and Zio. They're the last ones that are left.
Thank you for telling me. And I'm here for you, whatever the choice ends up being. And if you don't like it, hey, we've broken pacts before. If it's a pact, or if it's not, either way, if you don't like whatever this ends up being, then fuck them. And if you do, then I don't know what that means, but great.
You do hear Airwolf? Yeah, fuck him. And he is, as this conversation has happened, like, he is shifted in his wolf form, like curling around the both of you, kind of bringing you two together in this moment, offering some cozy comfort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Echinacea.
It's been a hell of a 24-ish hours.
Yeah. Hopefully, Mom can tell us what day it is. Oh my god, I'm about to see my mom. Oh. Okay. And then just like immediately like with the realization that they're about to see their mom, they just like sit up straight. They were leaning against Echinacea like the way that people do when they're like in like a bus seat together
Yeah.
and like and they're leaning against it and they're like, I'm gonna see my mom and you're all going to be my mom. Okay. Immediately just like starts.
How do we address her?
Oh, just Xiomara is fine. I'm just very nervous because I haven't seen her in a long time. And she's cool. She's chill. She's very relaxed. I'm just... So much has happened and... My mom.
Are there things we shouldn't tell her?
Well, I've told my father a lot. I'm pretty sure my dad knows up until right before I met Alessandro. Everything that's happened. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's told her.
Should we not tell her about Alessandro? Should we not talk about Alessandro?
I don't
know.
I'm not good with secrets, so don't tell me.
I don't know how to approach it. I've never brought anyone. I feel like when Io and I were growing up, people used to gravitate towards Io, but then I also didn't really realize if people were ever interested in me. So, those are things that I've figured out through this journey, with you guys and meeting Alessandro and everything. And so if I never really brought anyone home, I'm gonna write him when we get there and let him know. that we're safe and that if he wants to come visit, he's more than welcome, of course. I'm a little nervous. I'm a lot nervous, actually.
What did Io used to do?
And Zio just like, we're making this up as we go. I think with Io, it was very much that I feel like people would befriend Zio to try and get close to Io.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
And if there was ever any interest in Zio, Zio would just, also, here's my sister Io! So would not realize. And if Io dated anyone, it was very brief. I feel like
once she found out that people used Zio to get to her, she's like, oh, get gone. Goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So, I think you just tell her then. I don't know. I can't remember when my mothers were alive. I have no idea what I used to do.
What's the problem here?
You know what, Dolores, you're right. There really is no problem. I think it's more so, yeah, there is no problem. I think the only problem is anxiety.
All right.
Anxiety will be the death of us all if we don't ignore it. Right? Ignoring it is the solution.
I agree.
Thank you.
Wait.
Well, I think
Thank you, Dolores.
I don't think the group knows about Isandro. Does Echinacea know about Isandro's?
Everybody knows that Isandro is left the Isle, but the reasoning nobody knows.
No.
Nope. I don't
And
know.
Zio does, okay. And Zio, okay. I think it's important because I feel like the thing too is that with Xiomara's age and Iolis's age, there is a potential. Who knows? We don't know, but there is a potential that they would know the name is Sandro Catolo.
Oh, yep.
So even though we might not introduce him by his last name, the name is Sandro.
Yeah.
And then being like, he's from the Isle, and they're like,
Yeah.
that's not a very common Isle name.
I know that big hunk of man. Yeah.
And so Zio's just gonna be like, I think the thing too is that, so I haven't really told anyone this, but Isandro's family is quite well known in the Isles. Actually part of the Council of Elders. Yeah. And he's never told me why he left the Isle, but apparently there's some tension with his family. And I have a feeling that if I were to tell, hey mom, I have a boyfriend, his name is Isandro and he's from the Isle, she's gonna give me a sideways look. And not that that's a bad thing, it's more so that if Isandro doesn't want people to know, I haven't had this conversation with him.
Yeah, I get your story straight.
Do I need to lie of omission?
Let's just say yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Let's just not mention it at all.
Okay.
I can do that. I'm very good at that.
Yeah, let's not mention it at all.
Holy
And then
shit.
Zio's like, but what if Io was... Okay, I'm not gonna think about it.
As you guys roll in, or keep rolling on, it's gonna take a couple hours, so you guys can take a short rest here.
Oh, yay.
And while we do that, Dolores, how are you feeling riding closer and closer to the Scorched Isle?
Are we over the ocean or are we over land?
You are in the ocean right now.
Dolores is holding on to Echinacea if she can to soothe Echinacea.
Oh yeah, to soothe Echinacea. Got it. Yeah.
To soothe Echinacea.
Sure.
And she's pretty cheeky about it. Like,
Big,
she's
strong
not trying
butch
to
needs
be...
her princess.
Like,
love
she
this.
knows that Echinacea knows, but she's
Yes.
not gonna say it.
She's not gonna
like,
play it up.
yeah, she's just like...
Echinacea
You
is
know-
over here thanking Dolores. Wow, thank you so much. I really...
You are very welcome.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, this... And it is, Echinacea is genuinely afraid of open water. So the
Mhm.
thanks is both sincere and also tongue-in-cheek. And so
Uh-huh.
I think there's this line to ride of Echinacea's in on the joke. And then also there are moments when they are not, and they're
Genuine fear.
like clinging really hard.
These are two people very much needing each other right now,
Yeah.
but there is a
Yeah.
bit involved.
Yeah, exactly.
So a lot of fear, both physically, emotionally, and got it. Okay.
I think we're like severely trauma bonding right now.
Yeah.
Truly.
As you guys. Perfect. As you guys take your long rest over the course of the next 3
Short.
hours.
Long.
Did I say long? Short rest. Short rest.
Using
Sorry.
arcane recovery.
Okay, go ahead. You guys move ever closer. The rhythmic rise and fall of Olive's shell carries you all forward as the massive wave-breaker turtle guides effortlessly across the jade-blue waters of the Milrus Deep. Rich sunlight skips across the rippling surface, revealing a world beneath the waves. An intricate tapestry of deep-sea flora swaying with the current, their luminous fronds painting soft neon streaks against the darknesses below. Schools of shimmering fish weave between the stalks, darting past coral-covered ruins that whisper of histories lost to the tides. A pod of sleek, playful creatures swim alongside Olive, their bodies a seamless fusion of otter, fox, and salmon. They sport glistening copper-red fur that shifts to silver-blue scales along their tails, their webbed paws propelling them through the waves with playful grace. They chirp in curiosity, their whiskered snouts poking just above the surface before they dive back in, twisting through the water like ribbons caught in the wind. One leaps in an arc, catching the sunlight in a brilliant spray before it vanishes to the depths. As Olive approaches the island of Takul, the scent of salt and blooming hibiscus thickens in the air. The shoreline unfurls before you all, pristine golden sand hugging the island's vibrant greenery, where towering palms and bioluminescent ferns cast dappled shadows in the amber light of the late afternoon sun. Waiting on the docks, a group of villagers waves to you all enthusiastically, some already wading into the shallows to greet Olive with practiced familiarity. Laughter bubbles through the air as hands reach up to steady you as you climb off of the grand turtle's back, offering sturdy grips and warm words as you step onto the shore. The scent of sizzling oil and fragrant spices beckons you further into the village, where a communal cooking station has been set up beneath a canopy of light and colorful fabrics. Large clay and metal cooktops glow with embers, where community members stir bubbling pots and flip skewers of marinated seafood, their hands moving with practiced ease. The air is thick with the mouth-watering aroma of rice and pork steaming in clay pots, spiced fish wrapped in fragrant leaves, and fritters frying to a perfect golden crisp. Laughter and chatter flows as freely as the food itself. A broad-shouldered man grins as he ladles out bowls of thick, golden stew, pressing them into waiting hands with a cheerful, "Eat, eat! You've had a long journey." A long girl, barely past all of your knees, toddles up to each and every one of you with a warm, honey-drizzled pastry wrapped in a leaf. She beams up at all of you, her face smeared with sugar, before scampering back to her family. Nearby, an elderly woman turns a massive, slow-roasting spit, her silver hair woven into intricate braids adorned with tiny seashells and beautiful stones. She hums a soft tune as she carves slivers of juicy meat onto flatbreads, handing them off to all of you with a knowing wink. No one enters Takul hungry, she says, with a voice full of mirth, and no one leaves without a full belly. The village of Takul is alive with preparation, its pathways winding between dome-shaped homes crafted from smooth stone woven with solar-gathering filaments that hum softly in the breeze. The scent of roasted plantains, spiced fish, and sweet coconut drifts through the air, mingling with the fresh, earthy aroma of wet soil after recent rain. Children chase each other between homes, their laughter mixing with the rhythmic pounding of drums and the chimes of wind sculptures spinning lazily from rooftops. Artisans delicately weave colorful decorations, draping them across wooden frames of festival floats. The half-built effigy of Takul's patron spirit looms over the square, a magnificent plesiosaur-like figure with a mountain range rising along its back. Its body draped in cascading strands of kelp and pearl-studded algae. Nearby, a group carefully assembles a seaweed-wrapped piñata in the shape of a great wave, testing its weight with playful nudges. The air hums with warmth, with community, with anticipation for the patron festival soon to come. The paths wind through the heart of the village, leading to a cozy dome-shaped home nestled at the edge of a sprawling garden. Glass panels catch the light, casting shifting mosaics of color along the curved walls. Flower boxes spill over with blossoms in every hue imaginable, their perfume mingling with the damp earth of carefully tended beds below. In the garden, a human woman kneels, her hands delicately cradling the leaves of a wilting flower. Her fingers move with practiced care, trimming away what has withered. Her voice, a quiet melody as she sings to the plant in a language as old as the island itself. The gentle lilt of her song carries on with the breeze, a note of welcome, of homecoming, as she tips a wooden ladle to the roots and watches the thirsty earth drink deep. As Xiomara stands, her rich brown skin, large hair of curls flowing in the wind, a beautiful yellow, pink, and blue gown adorned with her an apron to protect her from the dirt, a gardener's cap lazily hanging off the side of her head as she turns to look. And that's where we're going to take our first break.
Mama!
Mommy!
She's so beautiful!
Wow. If you saw me crying, no, you didn't.
If you saw me crying, no, you didn't.
All right, everybody.
Oh.
Welcome to Takul, Zio's home. All right. We will see you guys in about 10 minutes. We're going to go to our break, and we'll see you when we get back. Bye!
Goodbye!
part of your.
I want to be where the people are. Hey, everybody, welcome back. The party has arrived in the village of Takul, and we've arrived at the outskirts of the Merino home where Zio, Echinacea, and Dolores have now seen Xiomara Merino, Zio's mom. And she takes a moment and gasps, very like she did not expect you to be here. So just oh.
Hi, Mom.
She-
And unlike the first time back in Eye of the Lore when Zio saw their father, where they ran across the room, jumping and leaping through tables to get over to him, I think this reunion is a little bit calmer, to say the least. As they slowly take a step past the entrance of their, the gate or whatever it is that kind of creates the.
Yeah, there's a small little
the
like
partition
swing door that you can open. That's sort of there's a bit of a fencing for the garden. Yeah.
Zio takes a step in through the partition of what it is the outside world to what it is genuinely their home. And the moment that they do, they just close that gap immediately and takes those running steps over to her.
Yeah,
and pull her into.
She matches, and I think where Zio had a calm start, she didn't. She was bolting. Zio very much takes after their mother, so she didn't take the time to clean off her hands. She didn't. she doesn't care. One of her babies is home, so she ran up and just took you in and like cradled your head like you were a baby. And she's just kissing your cheek. She's kissing your temple. She's kissing your forehead. She's getting every angle of your face humanly possible. And she's just, oh, my boy. You didn't tell me you were gonna be here. What a nice surprise on a sunny afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know I was coming here today either, so.
Well, we definitely need to talk about that. She's like, what do you mean?
Have you heard from Dad?
I heard him head off this morning. Trouble in Gildebuatu, but nothing yet. Did you see him?
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
There's a moment of fear. Just you being here and your father not being here. Is he all right?
Yes, he is.
Good.
There's a lot to catch you up on, but before
I would imagine she like takes stock of you. She's like,
yeah,
you look.
She will notice everything. She'll notice the
Yeah.
scar on their neck, the scar that kind of peeks through their chest, but also the tattoos. And yeah.
Xiomara No, go ahead, Angie.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Xiomara is not one to focus on the scars. She doesn't want to think about it. She doesn't want to bring up anything that would be too painful right now in this moment to you. So you just feel her hand trailing your horn that's become longer, delicately sort of taking account of the feathers and lifting your arms up as she's looking at the tattoos, and she's straightening out your sash, and she sort of looks over your shoulder. It points to everybody. Echinacea, Dolores, Reeves, Uldiel. Please come in.
And Zia will turn and extend a hand out as well. So this is these are my friends. Specifically, and then Zia will extend a hand out to Echinacea. Everyone of course is my friends, but Echinacea here, I've been traveling with them the longest.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Marino.
It is. She puts her hands out to you, Echinacea. Doctor, you said.
Yes.
Dr. Echinacea Belrose.
My husband's done some time in your clinic in Illenbell. Long time ago.
Echinacea has this moment where at first they're like, I can't remember that because I don't have that memory. And then they think about the timeline. They're like, no, it's because I was stuck in the Feywild. And like, Echinacea is doing the math. He must have been treated by Grit. I would love to hear about his travels in Illenbell.
For all the help that your name has done, you are more than welcome in our home. It's wonderful to meet you. She takes her hands and puts them on her forehead.
Zio's like kind of like trying to remember when was Dad like
this was before you were born.
Yeah. Oh,
Classic.
yeah.
Before you
This
were
was
born.
before you.
Yeah.
Kanisha, just seeing that gesture, has this like, oh, face, and then looks at Zio like, oh. It's something only Zio has done with Echinacea before, and it just feels, it feels very special.
She very
I like your mom.
Oh.
Oh, she's great.
She's awesome.
And she walks over to you, Dolores.
Mm-hmm.
You cut a very strong figure, young lady. I am Xiomara. Pleasure to meet you. Puts out a firm hand to shake.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Thank you kindly. Dolores Evanara.
Her head tilts at the surname. Evanara. I haven't heard that name in a while. From Port Town. Right?
Zio elbows Echinacea like like
Lore.
Port Town, right? Obilda?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Your dad was a shipwright.
He was.
Good man. How is he?
Was. A good shipwright.
Oh, honey. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
See you to go.
Well, we'll light a lantern for him tonight if you'd like. And your mother?
Sure. I don't know.
She opens herself up to you for a hug if you'd like it.
Dolores takes the hug more of like a
You're appeasing
light,
her.
like a fun, but we're like, hey, I'm greeting this cool person.
Yeah.
This isn't like I'm excited to meet you. I'm not excited to linger on the past.
Absolutely.
So it's like, thank you for comforting me. Yeah, this is more about the present. But she eagerly takes it.
And so thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Xiomara just kind of holds you close and just rubs your cheeks and takes your hands and puts them on.
Cheeks?
Yeah. Puts your hands on her forehead. Is she smacking your ass? I never said which cheeks. And then she'll have introductions. She'll see Chris up and be like, strapping young man, hello. And Chris off is like, quite, but I understand you're spoken for, madam. You are quite the strapping lass yourself. And she looks back to you, Zio. Hear that, strapping young lass? she presents her hand for Kristoff to kiss, and he's like,
incredible.
He kisses it.
Icon.
And we Xiomara is my favorite. And she has frankly a similar introduction with Uldiel, who she's just sort of like, it's wonderful to meet you, and it's wonderful to meet you as well. Hello. Well, would you all like to come inside? You can make coffee, tea. You came from Kill the Boissy. That's a journey. A couple hours.
Yeah. Here, why don't you sit and talk with everybody, and I'll make coffee.
No, I can do it. Zio,
You've been in
The
You've
winds-
been in the garden.
I'm always in the garden. The winds
This is
have
a woman
brought-
who owns her kitchen.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
absolutely.
winds have brought my son back to me. I'm going to make sure they're comfortable. And I am going to make sure everyone is comfortable.
All right.
Mm-hmm. She kisses you on the cheek. Everybody come in.
I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
with the wording as well, like her saying the winds
Yeah.
brought my son back home to me. I think Zio will allow everyone to walk in and hold the door open for everybody.
Okay.
Before taking a look out into the garden and beyond,
Yeah.
down to where the rest of the island and the village is, and the smells and the scent of the ocean air. And then they whisper out and hope that the wind carries it.
Mm.
Elias, if you can hear me, I'd love for you to meet my mom as well.
Mm. Okay.
And then with that goes in.
All right. Perfect. Roll me a D100, please.
Oh, who?
Huh?
Who gets to do it?
Angie, you.
Me? Okay.
Who else would do it?
57.
She said. Okay. Alrighty.
Can I insight check you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. It's gonna be a flat D20 roll.
Insight check the DM.
2? Yeah. Moving on.
Can I cast Compel Duel on the GM?
Yeah, go ahead. What do I need to make? A saving throw?
I don't know, some variety of save.
It's D&D as us, as our people.
I got a 16.
That probably beats. I imagine I've got a really low save. Damn.
All right. We can fight later. So,
Love that.
it's not bad, okay? God, everybody relax.
We're just having fun.
We're stressed.
Stepping into the Merino home, you're all immediately embraced by warmth and vibrancy. The open concept space is bathed in golden light filtering through the stained glass panels set into the curved walls, casting shifting mosaics of deep blues, rich coppers, and lush greens across the colorful rugs that cover smooth stone floors. The air is filled with the scent of fresh herbs hanging in bundles from the rafters, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze that drifts through wide, arched windows. The home is alive with artistry and tradition, woven hangings depicting swirling ocean waves, towering volcanic peaks, and celestial constellations stretch across the walls, each telling stories passed down through generations. Hanging planters overflow with cascading vines and bright blossoms, their roots intertwined with strands of softly glowing thread, small enchantments to keeping them nourished. A sturdy wooden table, clearly well loved, sits at the center of the home, surrounded by mismatched chairs and cushioned floor seating, inviting conversation and shared meals. To the left, a kitchen space bustles with activity even when unoccupied. An enchanted kettle whistles softly on a solar-heated stone, while the mortar and pestle grind dried spices on their own. You see a small alcove similar to the one Zio made within the humble abode to sit in and make Aotian Turkish coffee. Sorry, I had to stop a cough. I don't know why I'm coughing so bad. My apologies.
You said coffee. I'm so sorry.
Open shells hold clay bowls, wooden utensils, and carefully labeled jars of preserves, spices, and teas. A curved staircase of polished wood and metal leads to the second floor, a cozy lofted space with a low railing that overlooks the main living area. Sunlit, you fucking dunce. Sunlight pours in through a circular skylight above, illuminating a collection of hanging wind chimes and woven ornaments that sway gently with the breeze. The loft serves as a place of both rest and inspiration. Io's neatly folded blankets remain undisturbed in her absence, while Zio's corner is scattered with sketches, half-finished carvings, and carefully arranged collections of keepsakes. Below, a sunken sitting area filled with plush pillows invites relaxation, while a low shelf houses an assortment of books, their pages dog-eared and well-loved, alongside trinkets gathered from the sea, polished driftwood, bits of coral, and a collection of intricately carved shells at the hands of Aeolus. Beyond the main space, private sleeping quarters are partitioned by embroidered curtains that flutter at the entrances. Aeolus and Xiomara's room exudes warmth, with thick woven blankets and a nightstand where delicate shell lamps softly glow, its light pulsing like the heartbeat of the ocean. Despite the clear delineation of personal spaces, the home feels whole, woven together by love, tradition, and the ever-present pulse of life that defines to cool. The Marina home breathes when its family and the party stands within it. It's hard not to feel like visitors, but like you've stepped into a place where you're meant to belong as well. So you all enter, and Xiomara rushes to the kitchen in order to begin making tea and to begin prepping a very light salad to start until she knows what everybody wants to eat. But she kind of rushes and she's like, "Yes, please, tell me everything. What brings you to the Isle so unexpectedly? Not that I'm unhappy to see you, honey. I could not be happier that you're here. What happened? What's going on?" Everybody.
Zio kind of, yeah. Everyone's just like, I can just feel everyone just looks over to Zio and like just. And he's like,
Echinacea looks like they're trying to communicate via blinking.
yeah.
They're doing
like,
Morse code with their eyes.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Well. I think Zio will begin the explanation by describing their time in let me see, in Tolesh.
Yeah.
Post everything that happened with our big fight against Helena and
Okay,
and Elizabeth and all of that.
Past all the juicy stuff.
Yeah, past all of that.
Got it.
We'll describe what we were called. We were traveling and called to Iothalor to assist in some quite dangerous matters. Not to lie about that, they were dangerous, but we were okay.
She's like, I heard you were there. I heard that there was some. Elizabeth Wentmore went crazy. There was an insurrection, and
wow. Well, the
news travels fast.
News travel fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were. We essentially were part of that. We kind of brought her down.
And you were helping the Bright Fury with that too?
Shit, Dad hasn't told you. Okay, and then Zio just like,
Sorry, what?
Dad hasn't told you?
She is, obviously. He hasn't told me what.
I'm not with the Bright Fury anymore.
Oh. When did that? Is that recent?
He's just like,
okay, so that's not recent. Got it.
I really thought Dad would tell you, but I feel like now he didn't because okay.
this is a lesson I think he's trying to impart upon me. It's for me to tell.
Iolus is
but-
one to talk about lessons of communication.
Oh my!
I'm sorry, sweethearts. I'm sorry.
There's like that distancing of like, wow, the tea, and like kind of pulling everyone.
This is such great. Thank you so much for this tea.
Wow.
Twofold.
And now Zio's just sitting there like, where do I even fucking begin? Like,
Yeah.
like with my mother and
So-
also having and everyone who's like waiting. Well, there is a lot that I have to tell you. I'm just gonna jump a few chapters,
Okay.
several hundred, and just we were in the elemental plane of air after
Why?
leaving Olkes.
What?
Again, I'm jumping a few chapters.
Okay,
We were in the elemental plane of air
Mhm.
after leaving Olkes. Dolores was in Olkes when we met her, and got to see Io. Io's safe in
Why
Io
wouldn't she
not
be?
in Olkes.
Pause. Why wouldn't she be safe?
Again, chapters, lots of chapters I have to explain. But we were in the elemental plane of air, and through a gate, I saw that Dad was fighting some creatures that also tied to.
It's
Dad
that
was fighting some
everything's
creatures.
fucking connected, dude. God damn it.
Everything's connected. And Dad was fighting some creatures, and we came through. We helped him.
Okay.
And one of our party members actually came with us too. You remember
Dolores behind Aasimar,
Whistle?
like,
Do you remember Whistle from the Iron Legionnaires?
sorry.
Echinacea does grab Dolores' hand.
Okay. She sits down, but before she does, you see she goes to a high cupboard, tiptoes,
Mhm.
opens it, grabs 6 glasses, and then a large bottle of tequila.
Mhm.
As she
Oh,
comes
fuck.
and sits down at the
Rum.
table, and starts pouring alcohol. No, she likes tequila. There's definitely rum up there.
Tequila.
She likes tequila. And she
Tequila.
starts to pour.
Um,
She shoots it.
yeah. Anyways,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, jumping a couple steps.
Whistle the man who almost killed your father. Whistle the man who your father almost killed. That guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways,
Okay.
Dad's with him now, taking him to the Council of Elders, because he is wanting to atone. And
About time. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
And now we're here, because Dad was like, "Hey, get on Olive and go home."
I'm not upset at you. Your father should have communicated this with me. The fact that he didn't. I know why he didn't. Because I'm me. And if I knew this, I would be a problem for a lot of people. But now, I'm strictly going to be a problem for him once he gets home. Okay. Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
Mm.
A lot has happened, more than just that. I think that is the fastest way I can communicate why we're here. Without going into further detail in front of everybody. Not that they don't know. Well, Dolores, Ultiel, and Reeves don't know all the details, but
ultimately, I'm happy to see you, I'm happy you're home, and I'm happy that you, and she looks to the room, that all of you are safe. I'm sorry it's been a hard road.
Yeah.
But hopefully here you can find a little bit of respite.
Yeah. Respite. And Zio just thinks. Yeah.
Well, okay. How did you all meet?
At this point, by her asking that question, Zio will just start saying everything.
You just, okay, so you go...
As much, and
Yeah.
everything, and just from like Zio's point of view, like never like
Yeah.
telling any information that is
Sure.
not of their own to tell.
Sure, absolutely. That makes
And then
sense.
that way, Dolores, Reeves, and Oldiel will all be made privy to everything. Because at that point, I feel like Zio is more so just like nervous and word vomiting.
Yep.
Everything. And then, yeah, and so the potential battle against the forces of fire and water. And that's why I was in the elemental plane of air.
Got it. Yes, I put that. That makes sense.
Yep. It's been like 2 hours.
Yeah, we're getting into the evening.
The sun is setting.
Yeah.
We've
Thank you
gone through the entire bottle.
Thank you for telling me.
It's just like
Zia.
hard cut to the empty bottle.
Okay, well. Oh. Zio Mara stands up, a little toasted. Could I give you guys a hug again? That sounds like so much to contend with, and I just want to give you all a hug.
Mhm.
She goes by the circle, each and every one of you giving you tight squeezes.
I do want to say that Zio does not mention Isandra through
Okay.
the entire story.
Cool. Makes sense.
And I think Zio will casually mention Wit, but also like but I think the important part is Oma. Has she been around? Anything lately?
Not that I've seen.
She hasn't. She threatened you both. To me. So.
Well, no, she hasn't been here. I haven't seen her around. If I do, you will all be the first to know.
Have you seen any blue rats? Because sometimes she's that. Or blue creatures.
Oh god,
They
there's
aren't
so
usually
many
blue.
there's a lot of interestingly colored animals around here. Not that I can think of right now, but I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of information, and B, it's a lot of scary information. Xiomara's not like shaken by it, but she's processing it. You know, she's kind of living with it, and she's like, okay, so my kids are kind of in the throes of something very scary. She's in that parent mode of, what do I do to protect my kids? What do I do to shield them from this? What can I do to alleviate this burden? And obviously there's really nothing she can do, right? Like
Yeah.
she could be there, but
Is that noticeable to Zio?
I'd say folks
like
can give me
knowing
insight checks.
their mother? Yeah.
Hey, give me insight checks.
Yeah, that's like
Wow.
a million. Anyways, 16 plus 8.
24.
Yeah.
6.
Okay. Echinacea, you're reliving all of this information. Like, yes.
Dolores got a 14. She's looking at it like she almost has minimal skin in the game. This is just a soap opera kind of like pouring out in front of her.
She's
and
just watching her show. Okay.
So she has like this third,
Yeah.
like kind of a distant perspective, but I feel like since there's less emotion tied into it, she has a little higher insight than maybe if you were in the soup. So yeah, 14, but not a ton.
I see. Yeah. So that's probably where we're at. Echinacea is in the soup.
Echinacea's in the soup because they're providing footnotes for Dolores via message. The things that are going unsaid to
I love
mom,
that.
Dolores is getting from Echinacea.
Oh, perfect.
That's perfect.
Inspiration point there. I love that. That's really great.
Yeah.
Aid Wolf kind of pops in and out. It's like, okay, and then this as well. Yep, we got that too. Yep.
Yeah.
And then a door attacked them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's easy enough to tell between both Zio and Dolores that, like, yeah, that's those are the thoughts running through her mind. That's what she's contending with.
Mom.
Mm.
It took me a second when I saw Io. But she's grown. And so have I, and I know what you're thinking. I know what you're coming up with because you and I are the same.
Mm. I just want my kids to be safe. And that's the difficult part of being a parent. At some point,
Well,
you can't keep your kids safe.
Yeah.
And I do not want to be at that point in parenthood. But you're right.
unfortunately, yeah, you are.
You and I have grown, obviously, given what you've described to me. And you, like, looking at the company you're keeping, have surrounded yourself by wonderful people who have helped you.
Yeah.
And there's, like, the Echinacea, you get a look that is very much a thank you for bringing my child back.
I think rolling with that low insight,
Mm.
Echinacea sees the look and quickly says, you know, Zio didn't need our help. Zio's incredibly capable. We, we didn't. I mean, they we're here to help because we're stronger together. They look at the bottle, it's empty.
Mm-hmm. She walks around the table, grabs another bottle, places it, puts a hand on yours. Thank you for bringing my boy back.
I'm saying I didn't bring them back. They brought us here. They did that.
I think what my mom means is thank you for bringing me back.
From the dead, I'll say it plainly.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
She pours you a double.
Thank you.
Also, Echinacea, you are rarely wrong, but I will say that you are particularly wrong about saying that I never needed your help.
Okay. We've... Were the dragons mentioned? Fighting dragons, was that mentioned?
With the, like, which dragons?
Isradon?
Isradon? Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Echinacea goes, I mean, one person can't fight a dragon, but, we well, yes, we help each other. But you know, we
Zio
all
will
help each other
grab
with things.
their hand, and Echinacea, it's more than just the fact that I'm alive because of you. I wouldn't be the same person if it wasn't for you. I'll say it right here in front of my mother. And I wish my father was here and Aya was here to hear it too. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't just be dead. I would be in a darker space than I can even imagine. I would still be that person who fires first and thinks second. I've grown because of you, and you've tended to me like a garden. The same as my mother tends to her garden. And I say thank you. Plenty. But I want you to take ownership and say you're welcome back.
Eadwolf, I really like what they're saying right now.
I know you do. You're in my head. You're welcome.
And I hope that you mean it. As Zio brings her hand up.
Oh.
It is the completely inappropriate response, having just been invited into Zio's home. Zio does that and Echinacea bursts into tears.
Xiomara's sympathy crying because she's one of those. And she-
Yeah, I think Echinacea will just hide themselves like in Zio and holding onto Zio. And like, till I get myself control, I'm gonna live here for a second.
Of course. You can stay as long as you like.
Xiomara sort of, the moment happens and she revels in it, and she sees the amount of growth in you, Zio. And there is a vast appreciation as she looks at you, Echinacea, being the two members of this party that have been together the longest, that have experienced the most together. The impact on one another is clear, and Xiomara sees it. And a thing a mother really wants is their child to have a great, loving support system, and she kind of has a moment of like, I was worrying about him for no reason. But she begins to make some dessert pastries, and well, you all have a place to stay here tonight, so you can stay here as long as you like. Our home is your home.
Thank you.
Of course. Take the time you need. I'm gonna go for a swim and live with this for a minute. You let me know as soon as your father gets home.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. But
Zio notes, warn dad.
but Xiomara just kind of, you see as she goes to her and your dad's room, like puts on a swimsuit, looks, well, help yourself to whatever you need, Zio. You can show them where food, drink, anything comfortable they might need, I'll be back here in a couple hours.
Okay.
It has been wonderful to meet all of you. Thank you for gracing my home.
Thank you for having us.
Likewise.
She runs back over to Yuzio, kisses you on the forehead, and then dips out.
Well, that's my mom.
She's wonderful.
Pretty great.
She's a champ for taking all that.
She's feisty. I have to warn my dad.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not gonna get explosive, but it could. Well, I think Zio at this point kind of figured, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna make a joke.
What's the joke?
Well, you need healing.
I think Dad can handle himself. I think healing of the soul, definitely. But I think at this point, Zio will kind of start figuring out sleeping arrangements in the house. Because I can only, with the fact that like the way that they live and everything, and the fact that they've been so insular, like just like the four of them, it only makes sense that they have Zio's parents' room, Zio's room, and Io's room.
Mm-hmm.
And Zio will, just kind of figure out like the sleeping arrangements for everybody.
Yeah, and you'd know that like sitting space can very easily be manufactured into like a central sleeping space, and there's also that like reading nook that has often been turned into like a cuddle puddle or like a guest bedroom. So you have plenty of options here.
Yeah. And like Zio is like in that point, just sort of like trying to figure out, trying to be like a good host, of their own home. And as they're talking and like saying these things, like, oh, we could like put people, like, whoever wants to sleep over here, I'm gonna sleep over here. I don't know if I should put anyone in Io's room because I'm gonna write to her and have her and Declan come if they can, and then they kind of just keep going and going until like they kind of slowly start slurring their words, and it finally
pass out.
hits Zio. No, not even pass out, but it hits Zio. That is, I haven't slept in a very long time.
Yeah,
it's been like, I think like 2 days worth of like.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sorry, go
really
ahead.
Tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just what he says.
Okay. And as you're getting all that operated or all that set up and kind of working on that, Echinacea Dolores, what's running through your mind here?
I think Dolores will be wandering the house, just kind of snooping, but like not anything, like not lifting or changing anything, but just like looking around, looking at pictures, like hands behind the back, just looking, not like searching, violating privacy, but definitely not like sitting still. She feels antsy. She might go wander the garden. Just needing to be outside.
Absolutely.
Just kind of realizing that she's just in a different place, but not sure what to do about that just yet.
Yeah, you walk outside, and even at night, the walkways of this village are lined with lantern light, multiple colors, just sort of lining the streets and keeping everything well lit as people, are tending to their homes, or a bunch of people are meeting down the street to make dinner together, and they're sitting out in front of their houses, sharing food and breaking bread and laughing, and there's music playing not far off. So something's always happening here. But you walk out and you see an individual, looks to be a coral guard, on the back of a younger looking triceratops, with this deep brown scale pattern with hints of yellow and white on the underbelly, just walking, and kind of looks at you and just says, "Good evening. Hope you're doing well."
Evening, how's the weather up there?
Oh, it's still warm, a little humid, and I got this pretty girl's hot breath all over me, and he like rubs behind like the little plating on the back of the head, and she just goes, well, have a good rest of your night, and they kind of walk off. Dolores. You're looking at the garden and you're kind of having these... A lot of information has been shared and a lot has happened within the last day, even though technically it's been 2. You get a message. Where are you? Haven't been able to talk to you for the last couple of days. You okay?
Is it Mila?
No, it's Sophia.
Oh, okay.
It's her voice.
Why are you? Last I saw you, you were in an anti-magic cell.
Good behavior. If you can believe it.
Afraid I can't.
Where are you?
You know I can't answer that until I can trust you.
Till you can trust me.
That's right.
You left me here. You left me.
Why didn't you break out? You're plenty strong.
Now what in the fuck did I do to you?
You hear how you're speaking to me?
How should I speak? How should I speak to you? The woman who claims to love me but leaves me in the dust in the hands of the Magus Arcanum. How should I fucking talk to you? A lot worse than I am right now.
All right. What do you want from me?
I don't know anymore. I don't fucking know, Dolores.
Look, I'm just trying to figure shit out and not get in any more trouble than I am.
It's a hell of a lot of trouble. She doesn't say anything else past that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dolores isn't trying to reveal anything over
Absolutely.
live lines.
Yo, is this shit tapped?
I don't know.
Makes sense.
We've been on too long. Can they triangulate my location? Yeah.
Okay.
That certainly won't result into anything bad. No, butterfly effect or something.
Definitely not. Sophia will remember this.
Yeah.
Your destination has been set. Okay, but yeah, you sit outside for a bit and you kind of watch this place that was once familiar to you operate in the ways that you remember. You take it in, and I think the realization that it's just been so long hits you.
She itches for her harmonica. If it were another time in another world, now would be a time to quietly play it, but there's still so much energy and fight or flight adrenaline in her body that she couldn't even I don't think, sit to play. She wanted to. So I think she's just gonna go into town and like be around louder. And this can just be this doesn't have to be like a specific scene.
Sure.
But she just wants to go be around denser crowds, just observing.
Yeah.
Lean into the shadows, not trying to be sneaky, but just not trying to engage, but just like be around that more alive energy to help her not feel so antsy.
Absolutely. You walk deeper into town, and being so close to the holiday, there are a lot of things happening around town. You walk to a specific location called the Lotus Petal, which is just like a nice outdoor bar that kind of has this outcropping, like paved down so that people can dance outside, and you just walk up, get your drink, order your food, go out, dance, sort of swing around the tables that are set up, and just exists within the space. So there's a lively nightlife here that gives you that itches to scratch for music and movement and being somewhere that's not so still, right? Because it seems like that is very difficult for Dolores in this moment, understandably so. But yeah, you walk up to the Lotus Petal, and I imagine get a drink, swing those legs, do a little dance, do a little drink. Yeah. Okay. Give me a perception
check. She might
check.
holler before she leaves, like going into town, like just a quick thing for the crew, like not a complete disappearance, but no one hears it. She's not gonna linger but yeah, just a peace.
All right. You do make it.
But then
known.
A perception check.
Yes, you give me a perception check, please.
21.
At the Lotus Petal, a face greets you. While you don't recognize it, it's very clear that it recognizes you. And there is a sort of gasp and sigh of relief. So one of the voices, Dolores.
And who might I have the pleasure of meeting?
Toby.
Again?
Again. Toby. I'm
Toby.
second cousin on your mom's side.
And how is
what?
History check to remember who else is the fuck?
Sure.
Nat 20, so a 22.
Yeah,
How is this is so real because I remember going to see my family 3 weeks ago, and there's people I'm meeting that I don't remember.
You're like,
from 10 years ago.
So,
like, I'm your cousin. Sure you are.
Yeah, whatever you say, dude. Once he says the name Toby, it hits you. You remember being a girl sitting at home, digging your toes in the sand, and a young boy of human lineage sitting next to you doing the same thing. And you remember him sitting there. You think you can make the sand glass because you're fire and all that? That'd be kind of sick. But you remember like having moments with him. You guys didn't see each other a lot. You didn't see each other very frequently, but you knew the other existed, and you spent time far off in your youth. Probably stopped seeing each other nearly as often when you were like 12, 13. Family moves, or you shift in patterns, and you don't really see those people much anymore. He is your mom's sister's son. And so you know this, and you know it's truthful.
And then what is my mom's sister's name?
What's your mom's name?
That's a good question.
Your aunt's name is Taissa. Taissa.
Got it. I always called her mom. So that's on you.
Her name's Tammy. I'm kidding.
Okay.
No, we can come back to that, but
Yeah. She'll be like, so how is Aisa?
she's all right. She's getting up there in years, not doing the best, but we tend to her as much as we can. What about you? You haven't been here in a while. Last decade or so, right?
Yeah. Some odd winds brought me back.
Odd winds are doing shit like that.
Yeah, just got back into town today.
Where you
Not sure
coming
how
from?
long I'm gonna be sticking around.
Fair.
North?
All right. Well, I just got in about a month back. I'm helping my mom out while my brother and sister are sailing. So, just helping while I can, and then I'll be heading back inland.
Good. Hey, Toby.
Yeah.
If anyone ever asks for me,
Okay. You're nodding no. What do you mean by that?
you don't. For your own safety, I think saying no would be good.
What?
Yeah.
What are you, some kind of like
Just in
secret
case.
agent? What are you talking about?
I don't know. This is more just wanting to not get distant family hurt, I think. And she's saying this while dancing, like, just don't tell them I was you.
All right.
You know what? I think I've realized I should probably get back. This
Oh.
was a fun dream.
All right. Well, okay.
But if there is anything urgent, I am staying at the Ziomora. Where's Ziamora's?
Ziamara's house.
Yeah.
You know the Marinos? All right. Well, cool. If I need anything, I'll give you. I'll keep. I'm understanding. I should keep that quiet. Okay. Sure.
And if you hear of any before I leave, if anyone's asking about me or some, echinacea or anything like that, you just
The flower?
the person, the doctor.
I do not know who you're talking about.
That's okay.
I
hope you don't.
Okay.
Good seeing you.
Sure.
Keep Tyson my love.
See you later, Dolores. You leave this guy just like, what in the fuck was that? What in the absolute? Yeah. But you spend your time. You're probably there like maybe an hour or so. Echinacea, what about you?
Yeah, she puts up the hood and like skulks back.
Okay.
I think Echinacea been running and doing and moving for so long. Echinacea doesn't know how to rest, and I think is making it, not intentionally, but is making it Zio's problem. They are like trying really hard to plan for the Union of the Tranquil, and like it's like they're trying to make plans to go to the Shadowfall Rift in Mother's Heart. They are trying to do anything that they can call productive.
Are they talking to Zio about this?
Yeah, so if you if you had anything that you wanted me to do in preparation for reaching out to Coletra or Glacia, that's the other one. You just let me know. Ditto fucking Isteris. Or, we were pretty close to the volcano today, so if you wanted to make plans to head back there at a later date.
This all sounds very sensible, Echinacea, but I haven't slept in I don't even know how long. I do want to talk about this. I don't want to seem like I'm putting it off, but I think I do need sleep. You're keeping yourself busy. I understand. Is there something in your mind?
Well, not as much as there should be.
Oh no.
But
And Zio just has like the memory of them in the Iothalor forest when they were chasing after the.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The
you
last
have to help me. Which chase?
the last
okay.
Ebonite Knights
Mhm.
in order to like just to
The
get
last
it done
Ebonite
to
Knights.
finish it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
great callback,
And-
Angie. Taking inspiration
yeah.
from that. That's really good.
And then Zio just like remembering that and remembering Zio's request to like, we need to rest. But then remembering that tension that Echinacea was feeling of the responsibility that they have, that they take on. And rather than just say, hey, maybe chill, because that's not
Fucking
needed
relax.
right now, right? It was more yeah, it's more so I'm a little sleepy, but what's on your mind?
No, I mean just that we we're in your home and you are tired and just seeing family. Yes, you should sleep. And we will get to everything when we get to everything.
Can you help me with something?
Yes.
I don't want to be alone, and I can't call Lulu out right now. Can you stay with me while I fall asleep?
Of course. Of course.
And maybe if you feel sleepy, you can sleep too.
Yes.
And I think Zio is just going to lead Echinacea to the room. And Zio's room is very much like the rest of the house. I think the only difference being is that Zio has an extensive rock collection of like random like
That kid's
They're
autistic.
just
Random-
like me.
yeah, just like random rock, like has no idea what any of what they're called or anything. It really is just pretty grabs it.
Mhm.
Like shells and rocks, and like sea glass, anything like that. And on the edge of their bedroom window, which is there's like this wood and this stone, there's just like a row of like perfect little soldiers, and much like their own space in the humble abode, it's sort of like this on the ground kind of lowered space, mats with a lot of like pillows and blankets, and there's a smell of sea salt and incense in here, which doesn't seem like a Zio thing. It's more so probably his mom keeping the room clean.
Mhm.
And so they lay down and like motion for Echinacea to like lay down alongside them, and not sure how Echinacea makes themselves comfortable, but I think Zio essentially just leans their body against Echinacea, kind of in this, like a cradle.
Yeah. Echinacea curls into Zio, and where Zio hasn't rested in the way Echinacea has, Zio is truly tired, and Echinacea will be soon, but I think for the time being, they curl into Zio, completing this cradle by giving it something to hold. And they are still with Zio. They stay in that space and hold Zio and listen for his breathing to slow. just sort of like caressing whatever's nearest his shoulder. But they spend, I think, a few hours with the absence of anything else to do, making a mental catalog of every single rock in this space. Much to Aedwulf's chagrin. And in the Mind Palace, Zio's room has a replica, except all of the rocks are cataloged. And even as Echinacea is doing it, they know that Zio wouldn't want it this way. And so this just lives here, but it's for... they have to do something.
Yeah. Aedwulf sort of looks. Maybe I could... There is like a... You could just rest, but like he knows you. He is a part of you at this point, so like he knows that's not going to do anything. He's like,
these ones are really fascinating because you see they look pockmarked because they hold minerals. I think these ones hold iron, and the water erodes the iron out, but then it leaves the rock, and then the interior becomes glassy, so it looks like galaxies. But it's not. It's a rock.
It could be galaxies. We don't know.
That's true. It could be both.
Maybe. You ever know you're a pebbler?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just pointing that out because we're looking at literal pebbles.
Yes.
I can help with this. And Aedwulf in the Mind Palace is like, he's talking about it. He's talking about being a pebbler, and he begins to... Lorien, in moments when he was lucid, always asked me to pick for things. Grab something that he thought was beautiful. Put it in his satchel so that one day he could show you. Because he knew that no matter how hard the path was, you'd love to see it. And it would bring a moment. And he gestures to the moment that's taking place now, where all you'd think about is how beautiful this thing is. And so I remember being a bird, and you see Aedwulf's shape beginning to change while reminiscing. He's in this wolf form, kind of like nudging rocks as he becomes a large raven and is picking up stones, putting them down. It's very clear that they have not recognized this change yet, but there's something about accessing those memories and like reminiscing on those times spent. He picked up a lot of rocks in that time, or told me to pick up a lot of rocks in that time. And yeah, I just thought that was a beautiful memory to share.
A mirror forms in front of the two of them as Echinacea remembers escaping the Feywild atop Igni the Phoenix. And they remember the sweeping dark form of Aedwulf as the Vilderaven, Lorien and Aedwulf together as this massive bird that came and plucked them out of the sky, and Echinacea didn't know at the time that that was their husband. And I think in this moment, watching the memory replay, they invite Aedwulf to show their mind's eye and to meld those two memories into one.
Very much looking like a raven that's taking in the sight of something, tilting the head and like listening to the sounds and reacting to it. The wings and feathers are sort of shifting and shaking when watching something that for both of you is difficult to watch. His eyes become transfixed on Igni. And Aedwulf, you hear in the distance of the room the piano begin to play. Very gentle, delicate lullaby. Slow, methodical, but sweet and warm tunes. As Aedwulf kind of shakes, like a bird does after a bout of rain. And the head becomes far less corvid and much more like a hawk, or much more like Igni's. Aedwulf's avian form, this newly discovered piece of himself, this ability that he didn't know he had, manifests, and he takes on the visage of a dark phoenix. the tealy blues looking and mimicking flames in the chest, at the bottom of the wings, at the frills of the tail, at the crest of the head. Thank you for showing me.
Did he know it was me?
Not until after.
Oh, that makes two of us. Look at you. And the memory fades from the mirror so that Aedwulf can see himself in this new shape. Matching Igni, but retaining that shadow of the place from which he came, the place from which he was taken. Rebirth isn't just for phoenixes, I suppose.
No.
You're beautiful.
He preens. Thank you. He sort of curls around and rests his head atop yours. We're going to get your memories back. It's not lost on me that there's a Shadowfell rift here.
Yeah. I have a feeling that every time I bring it up, I weigh everyone down just a little bit more.
Sorry.
No, that's not your fault.
You've carried the weight of others for more than just the last 6 months. The memories you do have, you're doing it for Lorien. You're doing it for Ygritte, for Thandaril. Let your friends carry that weight with you. And he looks
I
like,
do.
let me carry it with you.
Tell you what. I imagine you don't. I know you don't have it because I don't have it, but the memory reappears with the little satchel that Aedwulf told them about, with all the little trinkets.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me the stories of these. And I think Echinacea will fall asleep listening to the stories of the rare and precious moments when Lorien and Aedwulf were just a bit more lucid. Those 50 years.
He begins to tell you those stories. You hear about the man you met when he was a stranger, the husband you've come to know since you've received some of those memories back. Silly, goofy, well-meaning, kind-hearted, intentional, loving. And it becomes so clear as you fade into sleep that Aedwulf has absorbed those beautiful, loving, kind personality traits from Lorien. And they've blended with the person he is and is becoming. And even though you're not with Lorien right now, there's quite obviously a piece of him here with you.
And a little more soothed and a little more sated, curled up with Zio, Echinacea falls asleep. Finally.
Finally. And Dolores, you return to the Merino home. You turn the corner to see Iolus late in the night making his way back home. He sort of stops. Oh, Dolores?
How's it going?
Long day. You?
Well, yeah. If you and Mara's still up,
I already saw her.
just wanted to. Yeah.
I had it coming.
And now it's
Fine.
Is it safe for us to walk around?
What do you
There's
mean?
some people. We fled Orcus.
So I'm gathering. What I will tell you is this. If danger comes, this community will keep its own safe. You I know you're from here. But everyone, Echinacea, Reeves, Goldiel, we've let you into our home. You're under our care. If people come, they will have to go through the whole island of Takul to get to you. That much I promise you.
I just don't want to get anyone hurt.
Yeah. Iolus kind of rubs his hand over the shoulder, the collarbone that was broken and torn into just a handful of hours earlier. I know the feeling. But any hurt that would come would be at the hands of those dispatching it. Not you. I implore you to absolve yourself of any responsibility. They're people. They can choose what to do. Their reasoning, they say it's because of you. That doesn't make it your fault. It makes you their excuse.
Feels like the Magus Arcanum is using everyone I'm connected to try to get closer to me.
They do that. They do that, kid. Ugh. The Magus Arcanum is interested in one thing: control. And one group having control means that the masses does not. So they will take that control, they will take that autonomy, and they will use who you love to get close, to force you into a decision.
Not loving people and not getting close to them isn't the answer, right? It's just getting stronger. Sneakier.
It's impossible not to get closer to people and to love them. That's a fool's errand right there, Dolores.
What I'm saying. So what do you do?
Cultivate community. You work hand in hand with others of a shared and like mind. And you work so that what they want, the control they seek, is harder to get. Because fuck them. You also don't get stronger in a vacuum either. What do you want, Dolores?
That's a good fucking question. She also has a point of exhaustion, so she's just like, let's talk tomorrow.
Go to sleep. You go inside, you pass out, and
Uses power word sleep.
power word sleep. Phew. Yeah. Xiomara and Iolus eventually make it into the house and settle in, and everybody can go ahead and take a long rest.
Yay!
Yippee!
Finally! Yippee! Yippee! And I think... Yeah, we'll take our second break there. You guys head in for the night, go to sleep. We'll go ahead and take our last break there. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for hanging with us with this session of Known Realms Tolesh. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes when we're done with break. Bye!
Bye.
Bye!
Venus. I like that the caption said Venus.
Yeah.
Venus. Yeah.
Yeah, it did. It was Venus, and I don't know why, but Alex said penis for some reason.
So weird, Alec.
Yeah.
I'm just a little fucking freak. Okay. So you guys all returned to the Merino abode or settled in last night, took your long rest, and you wake up fresh in the morning to the scent of rich coffee being brewed, eggs, the sound of eggs hitting a frying pan, meat being cooked up. Xiomara has already been hard at work in the kitchen, making sure everybody has a big breakfast in the morning. But yeah,
I don't want to make the decision for Button or for Echinacea, but do you think that Echinacea would wake up before Zio or after?
I think the rhythms of your house are known best to you, so I think, yeah, Zio would wake up first.
Yeah, I think then Zio wakes up still curled against Echinacea, and they make sure to like very slowly like dislodge themselves from their side without waking them up. Tucks them, just tucks a little blanket around them. But before even leaving the room, Zio does pull out their bookmark to write a few letters.
Okay.
And they're very quick. So first to Io.
Okay.
Basically, essentially saying, I meant enchantment, not enhancement. That's the first thing, without even a greeting. I meant crossing. Anyways,
really
and then
good.
basically saying, we're in Takul, we are back home. Things have happened. And then also writing, like, I didn't realize
Things have
it
occurred.
was... Yeah, things have occurred. Like, also, I didn't realize it was a patron festival, and I didn't realize New Year's is right around the corner. I think it would be really nice if you could come. I don't know how, but having you here would be really good. Also, maybe bring Declan, maybe bring Lucian, surprise Echinacea with that. I don't know how we can figure it out, but it would be really nice if you somehow got here. So they'll send that first one.
Okay, I will say,
Send it like
Zio,
the little
Zio has a sigil, correct?
sigil. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Another one? Get out of here!
What? Oh, the
Fucking bitch! Okay.
So
all right. So you don't.
the wind takes that out into the ether.
Okay, Wind takes that one out to the ether. No response right away. But who's the next letter to?
Next letter is to Asandro.
Okay, go ahead.
And basically saying, last time I checked in on you, I was in the elemental plane of air. We are currently in the Scorched Isles. I'm back home in Takul. And then we'll quite blankly state, I have not told my parents about you because I don't know what I do not know everything. And I want to make sure that I am careful if you are being careful yourself. And this is information that has not been relayed.
Sure.
But then also adds, however, comma,
Okay.
I would like for you to meet them. I would like for you to be here.
Okay.
And P.S. Things are happening. Lacey and Kalitra are probably doing their move.
Got it. Okay. You spend the 10-minute ritual. We'll just go through the response here for that one, since it'll be a written one. A little later in the morning, you get one that just essentially says, you can speak freely about Asandro, and he will be happy to expand on the reason why he left once he gets there.
Okay.
It becomes clear that he's not worried about hiding anything. He doesn't feel like it's going to bring anybody any like danger or uncomfortable feelings. It's just something he personally doesn't. It's not the first thing he says.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of says, "Okay, I will." He asks if he can let like Kaylin and Casimir know, so that they can plan. And then
Yeah, and I will say Zio will also mention in the letter, like having Kaylin and Casimir here
Okay.
would also be great.
Got it. Understood.
And mentioning the patron festival, New Year's,
Okay.
same thing of like that's right around the corner.
Yeah, just Isandra says how glad he is that you're home and hoping that you're enjoying it and able to like revel in it a little bit before diving back into business, but all on the same page, all good to go there.
And then the last letter is to
Say it.
Wit.
Yeah, makes sense.
And this one they struggle with. I think Zio starts writing the letter and then hates how it sounds.
Sure.
And then like throws away the paper, starts writing the letter again, hates how it sounds, throws away the paper. I think at this point, maybe even like Echinacea starts kind of stirring awake. Like maybe like Echinacea, they start hearing like the scratching and the and just like and then just like tossing it. But then finally,
Spelled
essentially,
XP.
yeah, and essentially just say, I am in the Scorched Isles. I am in Takul, my home village. Things are happening with Glacia and Coletra. I don't know how quickly, but I do know that they just started. If you feel like you can be present, I would highly appreciate you being here. And then also says, there are festivals happening and the new year is coming. And same thing. There might be a lot of people here. However, I would like to share this with you. And then just sends it off.
Okay. We will do a hard transition over to Illenbell, where we see Egret knocking on a door. Wake up, you fuckers! It's breakfast time. And Lorien sort of, I'm getting up. You don't have to yell, Egret. We were up before you were, actually, because it's hard to sleep in these beds because they're uncomfortable. Well, that's not true. You and Echinacea got really comfortable beds because you understand that. Stop yelling. Knock it off. Lorien gets up, only with the help of a cane, and walks across the shared room to knock on Wit's door. Wit is already up and about and is just sort of trailing the veins on his wrist as magma flows through them. These moments, these tremors. He just looks, he's like, come in. Lorien opens the door. I can come in? Yes. Why are you mad? You just woke up. There's literally nothing to be mad about. You have a bed. You have food coming. This is a pretty nice roof over your head. Yeah, I understand I should be grateful. You're kind of laying it on thick, big guy. Well, sometimes we need that. The bookmark that is in between sheet music that goes off and Wit reads the letter. You get a response, Zio. I want to finish this with Coletra and Glacia. I'm going to be there. This needs to be done. And then I can get away from Lorien.
That's crazy.
There is a postscript. Should I bring him?
Zio has a moment of like, I just Zio just messaged Io, was like, bring Lucian. And
Uh-huh.
Zio just messaged Landro, make sure Kaylin's with you. And now who's with?
It's like, this guy needs to get the fuck out of this hospital and the fuck out of my hair.
And then they're just like, yes. Just a single, honestly, not even. Zio just uses sending. Yes, bring him.
Okay.
The more the merrier.
Cool. I'm going to talk to our warden to see if we can get out. All right. So that's Zio's morning. Echinacea, you wake up to the frantic throwing of letters being sent.
Yeah. And then just sort of like, okay.
Are you okay? Did you
morning.
reach out to... Good morning. I don't have to plan things right away. How are you?
No. Well rested. And I reached out to Io. I reached out to Isandro. And then sort of just kind of like sheepishly. And I reached out to Wit also. About getting here. Of course, because things are happening with Glacier and Caletra. And I know we have to plan for that. You're right. We have to plan about it. But
We didn't need to yesterday.
but I understand the urgency. I know it's important. But the festival's also happening. And I haven't been here. I wasn't here for the last one. And it's one of my favorite things.
I'm excited to see it. Kaylin, Echinacea pulls out a book of Aocean holidays. Kaylin loves holidays.
I think he's gonna really like this one. Well, I hope. Hopefully it's not too much. It'd be very loud.
I think he'll enjoy being overwhelmed.
Yeah. It's lots of music, lots of drums, trumpets. It's very boisterous. Lots of dancing, lots of eating. Yeah. I'm just a little nervous. Also, Isandro told me it's okay to tell my parents. And yeah, and Wade is also gonna be here. Yeah.
So,
Saw that one coming a mile away. So.
The ships. He confuses me, and I don't know. There's a lot that he's going through, and I don't think it's right for me to put more on his shoulders. I know the stuff with the Tranquil is... I wasn't going to keep this from him, of course. I know he wants to be part of this. But everything outside of that is arbitrary.
well,
Yeah.
if that's how you feel, then this is a step closer to getting things off of his plate.
Well, I didn't
Off
think
of
about
your
it that
plate.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. Definitely.
We will. I know we've got a long way to go. We have to steal from the Sunwall Academy too.
Oh. God, I didn't think about that.
Got so much to do, but we have time. One thing at a time. First thing, Caletra and Glacia, because they're being a problem now.
Yeah. Also, I hope Elias comes. I did try and reach out to him, but I haven't heard him back. We'll see. What?
I'm just I had an irresponsible thought.
What's it? What is it?
Well, there's this spell called Contact Other Plane. So I know I could reach out to him, but I could also go a little bananas for a time if it went wrong.
Oh yeah, the fucking madness.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, do it. Pop off, dude.
I do not want you to hurt yourself.
I will
When you
say-
say bananas, like, are you going to hurt yourself by doing it?
Unclear.
As you guys are talking, I will say you do hear familiar laughter downstairs. Obviously, Zio familiar to you, Iolus and Ziomara, but familiar to the both of you, Helitis,
Oh, hey.
who is already here.
Zio gets up. Starts running.
Echinacea on wings now that they have been in the elemental plane of air and like got a little more used to them, fluttering behind Zio.
Okay. Any letters or anything you want to set out in the morning, Echinacea?
Echinacea sent a bunch from the elemental plane of air, so
Yeah.
I don't think it's on their radar that like, I should do that again. And I want them to be surprised. I'm being a little mean to my character. I want them to not know what might be.
Okay, perfect. Makes sense.
Just
checking. All right. And you sent letters to.
I'll have to watch back. Kaylin was the last one. I believe Lorien, Thandaril,
Lorien, Thandaril, Casimir, and
Lucian, Casimir.
yeah. Okay. You.
Dorlin. Yeah.
Dorlin as well. Dorlin's all good at home. He is getting ready to. He's going to have lunch with Lorien today. Asking how you are, making sure everything's good. He loves you. He misses you, and he hopes to see you soon.
Hopefully Lorien brings him too.
Oh my god.
What a fucking odd trio that
Where
would
am I
be.
gonna put all of you?
Wit, Lorien, and Dorlin. That's
We'll
crazy.
figure it out.
What a trio.
Yeah.
This is every Puerto Rican home.
Lu-
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter.
We'll find a place.
Casimir lets you know that everybody is safe. Everybody is in one space, and he is monitoring. He is watching over Ishwar's castle like a fucking hawk. You do know that Ishwar made his way back last night, from the Feywild, and Lazuli sends you and everybody her love. So you do get that message.
Oh. Okay. In that case, Echinacea will end up writing to Lazuli.
Okay.
For the first time, I think.
Yeah.
And they don't send it right away. They write.
Okay.
And they'll pen a quick note to Ishroar apologizing for commandeering his home. As well.
Okay. You do hear back from Lucian. He's giving Io space. Declan is staying with his mom. He's sent Dukugard to check in every so often to make sure they're safe, but everything in the city is well, and morale is getting better. Thandaril has essentially given you the let me know where you are, I want to see you. And I'm glad you're safe, and I'm sorry this is happening. Lorien.
YA.
Where
Where
you
you
at?
at?
Lorien has given a very similar, like, I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry this is happening. Things are going well here. I finally just need a cane. Like, so you have those health updates, and he is essentially just doing the what do you need from me? What can I do for you? In response to everything happening. So you get those responses, and Kaylin sends a very sheepish I love you, I miss you, and I'm sorry.
Echinacea will do their due diligence. They're quick notes, but they'll respond to Thandaril asking if you'd like to meet in a dream this coming night. They will provide all of the updates Lorien has asked for, congratulate him on his increased mobility, and Lucian, they'll reassure that, like, I was a young girl, and I imagine that you were being very protective, and that's very sweet and noble. Just do the work of like reassuring.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then to Kaylin, probably the lengthiest of just sending their love in return.
Mm.
And I think reiterating that they're not angry.
Disappointed.
They don't say that.
But they feel it. Okay.
They do.
Understood. You don't get a message from Thunderbill, you get a sending. Yes, I would absolutely love to see you in my dreams tonight, my love.
Well then. Tonight. I love you.
He casts it again.
Oh gosh.
I love you as well. See you tonight.
Echinacea pink.
Yeah. But you fled down following Zio. Dolores, how do you wake up this morning?
I feel like Dolores is definitely not just like she didn't drink that much. She was not that late, but just the combination of the exhaustion, probably the biggest fight of, well, not the biggest literal fight of her life, as in like near death, but just on the scale of grandeur of
consequences,
the world. Yeah. Meeting people. She's sleeping in.
Okay.
And I imagine there's like some kind of hammock outside, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, she definitely crashed in a hammock, and has a little street cat. Like if there's a little like like the feral like little cat, like, or just like the neighborhood cat. There's definitely some old crotchety cat like on her chest, like sleeping there too.
It's actually not a
both
cat.
just, like,
what it is, it looks like the combination of like a kind of like a wolf and a little mole. But they're like a bright green with white tufts of fur. They have the sideways pointing paws and claws, and they climb trees kind of like a sloth, but they're very big, very furry, and just seeing you is like a warm spot. Just goes,
oh yeah,
curls in and is like sleeping directly on your chest. And it's definitely bigger than a cat, so it's taking up like the entirety of your midsection.
What's the name of this creature?
I have so many fucking references. Hold on. This one you're gonna get to.
Is it the Avatar naming conventions? Just wolf mole?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, this is so cute.
Wow. Little snoot. Oh.
Call it a brush mole.
Brush mole? Yeah, I love that.
Brush mole.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like a rodent, but it acts like an iguana almost.
Yeah, kind of. But okay, so Dolores is sleeping in, so no one disturbs you. You're kind of passed out for as long as you want to be. But okay.
Once smells come through, she's gonna make herself.
That happens pretty quickly. So you so you're probably sleeping in a little later, but that you smell food getting put out. But we'll say that everybody kind of converges coming down. Echinacea, Zio, you see Iolus, Ziomara, and Helitis. Ziomara is putting coffee at the table, and she just looks, oh, good morning. All right, here you go. Uldiel and Reeves are playing chess at the small sitting table, and they're just playing. It is clear that Uldiel is winning. Whether or not that is purposeful, left to discover. But
Echinacea messages Kristoff. Gotta beat her. She'll respect it.
Kind of looks back. Rolls his shoulders, clearly locking in. He's got to make up for the game that he's been giving away.
Yeah.
He's like, shit.
And then Zio like as they come down, and then Helitis
Good morning, Zio. I got
immediately
your message
goes
last night.
over. Yeah. Oh, and they're like, it got to you. Oh, that's so good. And then like they immediately like give Helitis a hug.
I was just gushing to your parents about you.
And Zio looks over, finally laying their eyes on Iolus. Hey, Dad.
Hey, kid, you okay?
Well rested.
Good.
Um,
Being at home will do that.
how did everything go?
It went well. I was not stabbed in the back. And I dropped him off at the council, and he is in their hands now.
When will we know?
Hopefully tonight or tomorrow, maybe the day after. I'll let you know as soon as I do, I promise.
Thank you.
Of course. And I want to apologize for the tensions that I brought to yesterday.
Echinacea is very aware of the tension they reciprocated with, and they just sort of, it's not your fault. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You were defending your friend. I respect that.
Well, tension is built on history, and it's fair that it was high. But as long as we don't dwell on bloody pasts, and we can focus on healing futures.
Well, Whistle and I had a long time to talk, and talk we did. So, I've heard of the exploits and the way of you have all fought for each other. So I'm sorry for the assertions I made that said otherwise. That's my ignorance. And then I got an earful from your mom.
I really thought you would tell her.
I should have. Yes, you should have. She puts a full, she puts a fruit salad, a bunch of greenery, a bunch of eggs, potatoes, heavily spiced and seasoned, and just eat.
Ah!
No.
There he's he's back.
I'm back.
Make sure. Yeah, you're
You're
back.
back.
Okay.
And the stream is still good.
Yeah, stream's so good. Weird. Sorry about that. You guys went, oh no! I'm like, dog, she's giving you breakfast. What the fuck? But Xiomara...
She's got a gun! It's a letter.
It's a letter. Xiomara is just, let's not focus on yesterday's mistakes and look forward to tomorrow's better behavior. She has a very pointed look at Iolus. He's like, yes, dear, of course, dear.
Zio does wrap an arm around Iolus's shoulders to give him a kiss on the temple, and then just quietly say I know why you didn't tell her. I understand why you didn't tell her.
It was still the wrong decision, whether it was justified in my mind or not. But thank you, son. Well, what are you all getting up to today? Planning. Sounds very exciting.
Well, I think better to be prepared than to be caught by surprise.
It's usually how it goes.
Yes. on top of Coletra and Glacia's issue, we also have been searching for rifts, and there's one inside the volcano, inside Mother's Hearth, and we could potentially be helping to close it.
Xiomara and Iolus are really wide-eyed at that. Neither of them remember Guild of Boitou as anything but a shadow-touched rainforest. That I mean, your dad is like 55, your mom is 50, so like there's a bit there, you know.
There's also, we believe, Echinacea. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I looked at my notes and then I just started talking.
Please, go ahead.
Just adding to the like overwhelm, Echinacea goes, also there's a Feywild rift in Sailfa that I think we should probably try to close.
Oh yeah, there's that one too.
If they want it closed, those tend to be more pleasant.
In Sailfa. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Xiomara looks... Yeah, that does make sense, actually. Okay. Everybody's so happy there for no reason. For no reason.
That's exactly how it tends to be.
Okay.
Which, I mean, we didn't close the one in Lockhinge because it was so nice.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's nice to have a little bit of an... It was almost like off... It was incredibly off-putting, frankly. To walk into a place and for everybody to be like, hi, can I help you? How are you? It was kind of crazy.
Huh, okay. There's also...
There's
have you heard
more?
anything... Well, have you heard anything about maybe... Wasn't there one off of the coast of...
There's one off the coast.
Chalore, in between.
Yep.
Chalore.
So let's move over to the... You guys are on the map, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, let's switch to the map overlay on stream. Yes.
Also, it's not on the map, but I know Takul is the one that's between
Yes,
Sailfa and
this one.
Umeri.
So you guys right here. Boom.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sailfa, Bink Bonk, Feywild. So yes, you guys have Shadowfell Rift here in Mother's Heart. Then you have the Feywild Rift in Sailfa. And then...
Where did we come from yesterday? Like there?
You came from right...
There?
Yeah, exactly. Right here. I'm trying to ping... Can you move your cursor? Right here.
There?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So you guys sailed pretty... Like... Bink, Bonk... So, yep. Oh, this music slaps. This is good. Okay.
I forgot about the one in Sailfa,
Yes.
but probably help with that. You could also might also help Dolores. Dolores with us right now, or?
I think Dolores is just coming in now. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the
Leaning against
food
the
with
door.
the food fully out and the smells like just starting to dance through the space. She's like, "Good morning," and she's got a little critter kind of pushing the door open, like looking at the smells too. What'd you call it, Angie? I liked it. I'm stealing it.
A bushmole?
Bushmole. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you're bringing in a friend. Zio will cast Speak with Animals.
Smells good.
Oh, would you like a bite?
What?
A bite to eat?
How are you talking to me?
This poor bushmole.
What?
It's okay. And then slowly we'll like grab maybe like a couple pieces of like, I don't know, sausages or something like, and then
it puts its
hands
big
it over.
claws out, just
Yeah, there you go.
It holds it like, you know how like a sloth curls its toes around something and then just like continually bites. That's what it's doing. It's just
Yeah, amazing.
and every other word is like, okay, delicious. Yes, very pleased. But yeah, Dolores enters.
Amazing.
So what are we planning?
I think we need to decide on an order of operations first. We have to deal with the entities who sent the elementals yesterday, or Glacia and Kaletra. We know of a Shadowfell Rift, and then 2 Feywild Rifts. The one in the ocean seems like the bigger problem. It sounds like the folks in Sailfa might not mind their rift.
Yeah. I will say, in regards to Kaletra and Glacia, I don't want to make a move on them until we speak with Istris. And Zio will look at Helitis.
Give me an insight check. And anybody could if they wanted to. I think that the DC would be higher for Dolores, not really understanding the history there, but...
My dice don't want Echinacea to understand anything. 8!
Oh, no.
I got a 1.
Damn. Okay. Dolores, what'd you get?
16.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Damn. Amazing.
Dolores, given the conversation you had, the brief but dark conversation you had with Sophia last night, you see you kind of resonate with the expression that Helitis is wearing right now, where it's not putting on a brave face, but it's like, this person is my problem, and I'm mentally preparing myself to deal with them. But yeah, for Echinacea and Zio, hard to read, but I mean, you know the history there, so you can kind of come to whatever conclusion makes sense to your character.
There's still... I think it's going to be better for us to try and work together. The caveat being that it's trying to persuade Istris into not acting violently. Which, with information that we were able to gain from our studies, we know that the Tarnakim sickness is probably a big reason why. And
Helitis just, well then maybe speaking to Helitis sooner than later, once you have your thoughts in order, wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because if Glacia and Kaletra are moving, and they've already started moving, they're only going to ramp up. They're only going to keep going.
I sent a message out to Wit, and he should be joining us. Hopefully soon, but I would like for him to be here for that as well. And that's my personal main concern. Aside from that, I don't know, if between now and until waiting for folks to get here, we can kind of find out a little bit more about the rifts. I can't really anticipate when things will ramp up. I just don't want to... I'm in between wanting to rush into it, but also not wanting to make hasty decisions.
I think that's wise.
So that decisions aren't hasty and we have a degree of understanding of where things might lead. Let's examine the possible diverging paths. 1, Istris agrees to help us and he means it. The other, Istris agrees to help us and he doesn't mean it. and then Isterus does not agree to help us. What do we do in each of those instances?
Well, I haven't thought about that. If he doesn't agree, then I think we have to prepare for a fight. Alidas?
Yes.
Is that something that you'll be able to contend it with? And I want to make sure that I'm not asking that, that I'm not asking that question because I want you to say yes.
I know.
I want to make sure.
Galacia and Coletra have been a problem that I have left unchecked for far too long. I was once a far more active gardener in this world, and I have let weeds fester. I believe it is my responsibility to help cut those weeds. I will help you.
Even in the instance that Zio asked about?
Yes.
Fighting Isterus, potentially?
Yes.
And if Isterus agrees to work with us, are you willing to work with him?
Yes. Because it's not about me and Isterus. It's about this world that we so lovingly created. Tended to. It will be difficult, yes. But I will do it.
So, best case scenario, he helps us. And means it. If he helps us, and ultimately falls back on his word at the end of dealing with Coletra and Glacia, we should still prepare. But I'm hoping that by offering an answer to his sickness, he will help us. And not keeping it from him. I'm afraid about dangling that carrot and using it as a bargaining chip, even though it would be beneficial for us to do so. It wouldn't be right.
I agree. It also might bear mentioning that Tarnakum's sickness is likened to a magical addiction, and there are cases where those addicted are not necessarily interested in cures, or that interest is inconsistent by nature of the addiction doing its work upon a person. I mention this because I think it's important to have a backup to offer Isterus in the event that he is not currently interested in pursuing a cure.
The only thing
What
I can
else?
think about... Oh, sorry, Dolores.
What else could he want?
The only thing I can think about is Sunwall. That's what he's wanted. And that is a boundary that we know we won't be crossing.
A look crosses Echinacea's face. There are a few individuals within Sunwall, members of the Major Arcana. Do we know if he is interested? Do we know why he's interested in Sunwall? It's been so long.
Zia looks at Helitis and just says, as far as I remember, he said that mages hurt him. He said that he became frail in the way that he was because of said mages. So now, I'm also trying to piece together how Kara comes into the picture. I don't think she was part of the Magus Arcanum, and I don't think she would have hurt him.
It did not exist.
No.
I think he's confusing, maybe not even confusing, but viewing mages of the Divanthir Empire as the same as mages of this age. Those mages, the ones who created Tarnakum, maybe they hurt him. Maybe that's what he's saying. Maybe the unending and unrestricted expansion of an empire run by mages, he kind of sighs. It's a stark similarity between the Divanthir Empire and Sunwall. They expand and, well, they chew through this world and their people. Like a source of power. Like fuel.
Part of me also... Helitis didn't remember about the Tarnakum. It's been millennia? And I also have a theory that maybe he doesn't remember himself. Providing clarity could potentially mean that it's as simple as just provide... as clarity to know that there is a way around it, that the answer that he's been looking for is a sickness that can be mitigated, a addiction that can be mitigated. But if I'm understanding you correctly, Echinacea, are you suggesting that he helped with the Major Arcana?
Echinacea is quiet for a while. I am reckoning with what to do about the Major Arcana. I do not know how to stop them. And I am grappling with whether or not and they can't even say it, but I think, Zio, you're aware that that is what they're thinking about.
A favor for a favor.
Or willingness to aid.
On the contingency that he does not take the current for himself and that he lets it flow.
And that he does not kill the civilians of Sunwall. He wants to decimate a city to get revenge upon a few mages who I imagine did do genuine grievous harm. And I have the capacity to verify that is the case. It is something to consider.
It's a dangerous choice, opportunity, but one that he could potentially be amenable to. I think more so than just allowing peace to reign. I hate to say it, but he is violent. And we don't know how strong he is or who his avatar is, and they could certainly come in handy. I know how important it is to you, Echinacea, to see them, the Arcana, to see them pay for what they did.
To see them removed from positions where they can do it to anyone else. I am not interested in payment.
Zio looks to Helitis and I'm not sure what your opinion is about all of this, but Echinacea has done plenty for me. And I support them if this is an offer they want to make.
Helitis thinks about the harrowing event that you all shared together. Witnessing what the Magus Arcana was capable of, what the Major Arcana put in place. The people and the entities just like him that you were all unable to save. And in a moment that gives Helitis chills, he quotes Istris. To stop an enemy, we must scramble their base of operations. And the Major Arcana is an enemy not only to you all, but to this world. Iolus gives a here, as he takes a sip of his coffee. This is something that I think Istris would be eager to participate in.
That eagerness is a part of why I wouldn't like to mention it immediately. I would rather offer him healing.
I think that's wise.
However, it's an option.
It's an important option to have. Helitis does walk up. I just places a hand on both of your shoulders. I know it's hard, and it's scary. You're both, all of you, are doing the right thing. And I'm here with you every step of the way. Have my word.
I think we have a plan on how to approach Istris then. after, if he comes to our side, then I say we put on pause planning anything else for Coletra and Glacia until we speak with him. That way he is, if he chooses and if he joins us, he is involved and made a part of it. We don't make choices on his behalf.
Echinacea
Okay.
looks at Xiomara. Your kiddo's incredibly wise.
I don't know where he got that from. But you're
And Zio
absolutely
just like
right.
blushes.
Yeah.
And as this sort of like this conversation sort of comes to like a natural conclusion, Zio just sort of like, let's eat. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
It just starts kind of like munching and everything. And after things kind of chill out and calm down, they'll try and find a moment to like speak to Xiomara and Iolis, just
Okay.
the three of them. But
Yeah.
we'll wait until
We'll check in. Yeah. I want to see Dolores. What's running through your mind right now as you're listening to this conversation, and now you have the full context thanks to what Zio described earlier, and Echinacea and Eodwolf helping you piece together the in betweens that were being left out in the moment.
Right.
What's running through your mind? What do you? It's become clear that Dolores has been planted into a lot.
Yeah. Dolores,
Yeah.
I think, is maybe a little blinded to the grand scope of
Yeah.
everything. Like, there's a few moments where when we first got here, where she's like, "What the fuck have I got myself into?" But as soon as the Magus Arcana was mentioned again, she's like, "Yeah, fuck those guys. They should burn."
Fuck those guys. All my homies
And like,
hate the Magus Arcana.
her feet are both planted widely on the floor. She's leaned over, elbows on knees, like hands clasped. And just as soon as anyone is mentioning, like, taking them down Isterus, she's like, "You have my fucking arm and leg."
And my ankle.
Yeah. Quiet, there's lots
Yeah.
of things going around, but you can see her fire revving up as those types of plans are being set.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I love that.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
She likes revenge.
She likes revenge. She likes doing a little physical violence.
Oh, but no.
Okay. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else you guys want to do before we have this conversation with Zio, Iolis, and Xiomara? Okay. I think, the morning kind of...
While it's happening, Echinacea and Dolores are just talking shit
Love that.
about the Magus Arcana together.
Yeah. Dolores is definitely asking more about
the way they want
Achinacea's
control.
experience.
Whack.
And adding flame. If there's any opportunity for Dolores to push to get Echinacea more riled up, not trying to trigger, but be like, "Yeah, fuck those guys. How could they do that to you?" Like, that, that one friend that's like the active listener, but like is engaging and escalating your feelings.
It's like,
yeah,
do you want me to? It's like, do you want me to kill them for you?
Yeah, like,
you know what? We should kill them
I
together.
fucking would. Yeah.
I love it.
These two are day drinking, and Echinacea is like, and then they locked me in a second tower.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, you guys are having your moment. Iolis, before he walks away, fuck him. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Perfect. I love that. Lou, take an inspiration point for that. I just like that. That's so
Thanks.
Dolores, dude. It's so good. Yeah. Fuck them. How dare they do this to you? Perfect. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
No, thank you, sweetie. Okay. Zio, you kind of pull your parents aside and you guys walk out
I
to the
think-
garden. There's a sorry, go ahead.
Mhm. Well, I was actually gonna say like not even like in like taking them out of the space. It's like we're still in the space, but maybe like in the kitchen.
Sure.
Zio has picked up some of like the empty plates and follow their mom in as she's probably filling up more plates to take out.
Okay.
And then Iola's also will come in to like help out with like cleaning some of the dishes,
Doing some
just so that there's
dishes.
less
Yeah,
to do
absolutely.
once. Yeah,
Everybody is
less to
done.
do once. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Perfect.
And Zio kind of follows them both in there and just. So I wrote some letters out. Also, Echinacea is not only has been doing amazing things for us, but also makes amazing things too. Just creates the way that they create things is just so impressive. They created these bookmarks that allow us to send letters out to folks. I'll probably ask them to help me with making some so that I can give you both.
Do they need
one.
any money for that?
No. That's all.
Mm,
It's not necessary because I'll take care of it.
okay, well then ask
and
them what their favorite dessert is, and I'll make it.
I'm sure they will appreciate it, Mom. But so I did send out some letters.
Okay.
I sent out a letter to Io, who has one, and I told her it would be very nice if she made her way back home. She knows about everything. She's aware. And I think it just would be good to have her here in preparation for all of this. And also because the way that things happen in Olkes, I don't know if it's going to be safe for her to get back, considering that I'm a wanted fugitive in Jerkamesh.
Iola's kind of having the context of like moving Io from Sunwall. It kind of looks down as is very sad for his daughter.
Yeah, and so is Zio does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's entirely my fault, and I know that's something that Io's never going to really forgive me for. So
They will forgive you, son.
She has every right. Yeah.
She is just feeling it now. She is allowed to.
Yeah. But it's the holidays, so hopefully she can make her way here.
Be nice.
I sent another letter to I mentioned Wit briefly. He is someone that I'm getting to know better. We had a rocky start, difficult start. But we're talking about healing and making sure that things are better in the long run, and things happen between you and Whistle, clearly. And I want to believe that good can come out of something that started ugly. And I did invite him as well. Also, he's with Echinacea's husband, and I told them to bring him, so that's a surprise. Call it a holiday present.
Aasimar goes, ooh. It's like, I will keep my mouth shut. Iolus rolls his eyes, being like, oh, funny that we can do that now.
Also, I did ask Io to bring a couple of other people as well. So we might be having a full house. And Zio kind of pauses for that. Yes. Zio kind of pauses for that because there is the context and the history of Zio's parents not having as big of a family as most of the people in the Scorched Isles, for the reason that they lost theirs. And they've always been sort of very insular, very by themselves. And this is potentially going to be the first time that their house is going to be this full of people. If people come, of course. And Zio's already planning to send out letters to Lazuli and invite Lazuli as well and everything.
Lou sobbing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And essentially, like, Lazuli will send out a letter to Monroe. We'll send a letter to anyone that has a bookmark. Just to be like, hey, this day, this time, in this location.
BYOB, bring your own bed.
Yeah. And then, so, there's going to be a few people coming, hopefully with Ayo also. Zio doesn't say anything about Declan. Because it's like,
Got it.
That's not
his business. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not
just
his
like
business.
a friend of hers from Olkes, and also Lord Lucian Whitmore. Hopefully he can make it.
Zio Mara's like, they made him Lord?
Yes. Oh.
Really?
I told you the story, Mom.
I know,
he was there,
but
and
it's just, I still can't get the idea of that sticky little boy out of my head.
Have you ever met him?
No. But I'm sure he's wonderful.
You all calling him sticky.
I said that what I know of him through word of mouth. He was always described as a very sticky little boy. But
he's wonderful.
I believe that because of the way that you all described him in your stories. I am excited to host a lord in my home.
And I sent another letter to someone else.
He's gonna be a bitch.
Yeah. And then I sent one last letter. Someone I met. Someone who's been.
Your dad stiffens up.
Zio just starts turning that violet blush, starts going through like their teal skin as they look down at the ground between Ziomara and Iolus's feet.
You hear a thud as Ziomara elbows Iolus and is like, let him finish talking. Go ahead, honey. Sorry.
He's taught me how to be a spirit caller. I didn't really mention this part of the story because then I would have to explain about him.
That's beautiful,
But
honey.
I can see the Amine and speak with them, and it's a very big honor. And he is my teacher.
I also was like, what?
But he is also more than just that.
What?
His name is Lissandra. He is from the Isles.
They both nod knowingly. Oh. Well, we're familiar.
And I asked him to come because I want you to meet him, and he makes me very happy.
Then I know we are going to love him. Because that's all we want for you. Iolus? Isn't that right? If he makes you happy, that's all we could want. Truly.
Okay. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Zio's like tail is just like swishing back and forth. And then when At some point when Aeolus goes away, Zia will lean into the
She's
mother.
like, mm-hmm.
Also, the friend that Io is bringing is maybe also more than just a friend. So to her, so
Okay.
just
Okay.
if Dad is reacting like this, can you please keep him in check to also?
His ego is hurt because I really tore into him last night.
Okay.
So he's
Well,
just, he's a hurt little peacock and he's posturing. He's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it.
I know, but I think Sandro can definitely hold himself off. Declan,
Io's
though,
boy can't.
he's a bit of a nervous puppy type. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I'll look out for him. If he comes, I'll make sure he's treated with respect.
Yeah, if he comes.
Yes,
of course.
But yes, absolutely. It's gonna be okay. I'm so happy for you, Zio.
Thank you.
Gives you a big old kiss on the cheek.
Also, I'll tell you too, I do have a little bit of a thing for wit, but it's complicated.
She like, he tried to kill you, honey. What? We do need. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, we need to. Yeah, I need a drink. Anybody want a drink?
It's morning.
Anybody want to?
Yeah.
Okay, mimosa. Lou and I sang mimosas at the same time. And she's like, "All right, everybody, dee 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 dee." And she throws it back. But yes, you've told. Okay, perfect. I think then we will, as everybody settles into breakfast and their mid-morning drinks, we'll end the session proper here. But we'll do a quick little vignette as we return to Iothalor. And Io is sat on her bed in the Whitmore estate reading the letter written by Zia this morning. She holds it tight and her eyes just hover over the sentence, maybe ask Declan if he wants to come. She blushes deeply and then she sees the sentence about asking Lucian and she her expression quickly drops. She gets up, kind of gets ready for the morning, exits her room, and makes her way to the Lord's office. And the ducal guard standing outside, the Earth Genasi individual that trained with Whistle and Echinacea, standing stalwart outside as they just... Good morning, Io. You wish to speak to Lord Lucian? Yeah, if I could. I think he shouldn't be too busy. Lord Whitmore, you have company. Yes, let them in. There. Io kind of nods and just sits down. Good morning, Lucian. Oh, Io, hello. Are you all right? Is there anything I can help you with, dear? Is there anything... You seem like really cooped up. And I got this morning. Do you want to go surprise... You know... Kind of leans forward. Do you want to maybe do that? And he immediately turns beet red and is just... Yes? I would love nothing more than to see them right now. I know how difficult these last days have been, and I'm... Yes. I was like... You know, be like that more. And maybe... You're a good guy. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping Declan, Thank you for letting me stay here. Lucian drops his voice. Of course. Any way I can help you, I will. I will have to find someone to take my place here while we abscond to the Scorched Isle, but that will be all right. I'll take care of it. You go find Declan and tell him we'll be heading out sooner than later. He shoots her a wink at mentioning Declan. She blushes, just, okay! And the camera pans over to the morning at the Alcott home, where Declan and his mother are sitting, enjoying lunch together, smiling after a difficult conversation. And that's where we're going to end tonight's chapter. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you for watching this chapter of Known Realms Tolesh. Let's go ahead and outro our players, starting with Button.
Oh my god, hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I've been playing Echinacea Belrose, who is about to be very surprised. And you can catch me in an upcoming project on this channel when I'm not here. You can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, where I play Cressida in Unearthed Inheritance, where I play Sugar Pea in Outlaws of Alkenstar, and where I play Amanita in New World Rebellion.
Thank you, Button. Angie.
Hello, everybody. My name is Angie Gone, Agonethetic on the internet. My pronouns are they, them. I've been playing Zia Marino, he, they pronouns, who is just so deeply, deeply excited to be back home. And this was an amazing experience getting to craft this world, give Alec the seeds, and he has sprouted the most amazing, beautiful garden. Truly, truly, truly. Much like Xiomara, much like Colitis. It is just mwah. And you can catch me in future projects in some other channels. I cannot mention anything quite yet, but I will be doing a bunch of other things in the future. But for the time being, you can check me out over on YouTube with our backlog of God Killer Sinner Sacrifice, a 7-part God Killer TTRPG game that myself and my dear, dear, dear friend Cyrus, It's 8-Bit, did together with Alec having done production for it. And it was a very personal, very wonderful experience getting to do that. Thank you so very much. And yeah, that's me.
Thank you, Angie. Last but certainly not least, Lou.
Hello, I'm Lou. I play Dolores. We both use she, her pronouns, and you can find me at Lucilia_art on most social media.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet. Tales Archive. I've been your archivist this evening for Known Realms Tolesh. When I'm not here, you can find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, playing as Fenris in Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance, as well as Rim in New World Rebellion. Thank you guys for hanging out and enjoying this dive into the Scorched Isle. What a session it was. Catch us next week as we return, and maybe some familiar faces come back. Maybe we talk to Istris. Who knows? Some things happening. But we will see you guys next time as we dive back into these known realms. And hang on for a raid. We're going to throw you over to our friend Julie CL, who's running a game right now. They just got started here.
Julie!
So we love Julie. They're a phenomenal talent. And yeah, go check them out. Say hello. And we'll see you guys in the next adventure. Bye!
Goodbye!
Yeah.